Can you hear it? Can you feel it? It's the calm before the storm. It's surreal, like something's about to happen, like you've never seen before. Well, amongst all the fuss inside you, you decide to dust off your Bible and coddle Psalm 91 like it's going out of style. You close the doors to your store, sit on the floor bothered. Feels like boars sent before the slaughter. And maybe for the first time before the kill, you try and chill and stay still before the Father. When you feel out of options, you become exhausted, thoughtlessly thinking that the water you're drinking, spiritually speaking, time and time again, is not from the spring Jesus talks about in John 4:10. So no doubt the storm is coming. The question is, are you ready? And when everyone else is unsteady and running the other direction, do you have His protection? To be the sun's reflection, like soldiers go to war without one objection. So as much as you're right about the lying, denying, and intensifying when else is unsteady, wanting to riot and be outspoken, fight for doors to open, there is something more, like the quiet moment before a tsunami waveform, like when there's drawback, revealing the ocean floor, and the lukewarm, they call it the calm before the storm. While there is national calamity, bankruptcy, and tragedy, abhorring the gravity of people needing to bury their families, Jesus said, foxes have dens, birds have nests, but the Son of Man has no place to lie his head. So if you want to follow me, let the dead bury their dead. You didn't hear wrong, and it wasn't misread. The bread is great, but the labors are few, so you're gonna have to come to a point ahead and choose. Should I keep desiring to warm a pew? Or should I be sent out like lambs among wolves, where He said peace will rest on you? So leave the systems, and if they don't receive God's wisdom, kick the dust off your feet, keep moving forward in Him, because the kingdom of God is shaking, quaking, waking, and replacing all the isms and man's religion.
Will you remember me?
Breaking news. The Epstein files are set to be released this week.
What should I do?
Save America.
And?
Help Trump.
Okay.
See, now who leaves their kid with a bad guy? This whole thing between Elon and Trump just gets funnier and funnier. God bless you, Patriots. Welcome to Patriot News Broadcasting. If you want to change the future and prevent the past from happening again, you've got to act in the present. It's kind of like what that small video was just telling you right there. I think I know exactly where Elon and Trump are headed with this, and we're going to talk about that amongst some other fun things going on in the world. We'll look at what other patriots are saying and take a look at some other issues going on. Most everything looks pretty positive tonight, though. Like that picture. Let's start with some news. Volodymyr Zelensky bombs the Russians and then asks for a ceasefire. You got to have a lot of balls to do that, or a lot of help.
My proposal, we offer, which I believe our partners can support, is that we propose to the Russians a ceasefire until the leaders meet. We offer a meeting any day starting from Monday. Why ceasefire before leaders meet?
I like Putin's style. See, Trump doesn't want to give away what he's doing to the enemy. Putin's a little different. He's like, yeah, I'm totally bombing Ukraine. I'm not going to tell you when. I'm not going to tell you where. But it's coming. You know, the waiting's the hardest part, right? But there's all these rumors about the CIA being involved in what was going on in Russia, those attacks. And it turns out Mike Pompeo was giving a speech to Ukraine the day before the biggest attack ever deep inside of Russia happened, calling for Ukraine to carry out a blitzkrieg to inflict costs on Russia and punch them in the face to change their negotiating leverage. Let's listen to the traitor's words.
I'd posit this. You know, in chess, there's this concept, and in warfare, this concept of blitzkrieg. Move quickly, attack the enemy, be vicious. Sun Tzu wrote about it slightly differently. But I would suggest that even the model that this conflict has been fought on has been insufficiently aggressive. The West has not been prepared to do the necessary, which is to impose sufficient costs on Vladimir Putin and his regime, the leadership team around him.
The question I have now is really which side's Pompeo actually playing for. If they're setting it up like Trump and Elon are fighting, they're sort of setting it up like Russia and America are on the brink of sparks as well. And I'll tell you all, it's 100% manufactured. And there's reasons why. Good reasons why.
You know, so why is Ukraine so important? Well, it's a hub for human trafficking. It's a hub for specifically for child trafficking. It's a hub for narcotics trafficking. It's a hub for weapons trafficking. We know about our biolabs because Victoria Nuland said we had them there. I mean, we've always known that, but you know, that's stated now publicly. And there's a lot of money just flowing into this country. And you say to yourself, where is this money going? I mean, money law, you name it. There's a couple of people, I think one of them is like somebody in the Ministry of Defense there, and it might be the Minister of Defense.
I agree. I don't think that's Mike Pompeo either. They know what's going on in Ukraine and why they need bomb. And I imagine what they're doing now is to set it up to look like, you know, when Russia does bomb whatever they need to bomb over there, they have a reason why. Anyway, before I talk about where this argument they're having is going, which I think I know, and I haven't seen anyone else talking about this yet, but I think I got this down because, well, I have to show you everything first. First, I have to talk about why Bongino lied on TV today.
There is more coming on the Epstein files. Listen, I know this is a hot potato for folks. I totally understand. My comments were clear. I'm not paid for my opinions anymore. I work for the taxpayer now. I'm paid on evidence. That's it. The evidence we have in our files clearly indicates that it was, in fact, a suicide. We do have video. It's not the greatest video in the world. I don't want to set expectations on fire. However, the video does show in that specific block that he goes in, made a phone call. You'll see 12 hours of guards going to basically check on him, come back. You'll see no one really comes out in that bay, in that area, than him. There's no one in there. When you combine that with the other evidence we will be releasing in the coming weeks, we're still finalizing some of the products. I think it's pretty clear. However, as I've clearly indicated in some of my tweets on my official account, you know, investigations, if new information surfaces in the future on any of these cases, we're always open. I'm just telling you, there's nothing there in the file at all that indicates anything other than, in fact, a suicide.
So the three things to take from that: one, he's telling you that that's what the evidence is telling him. Okay, but how do they have all these videos of guards going in and guards going out if all those cameras weren't working hours before this happened. They're bullshitting you, clearly, but I do think he slipped up, too, by saying it's all going to be released within a few weeks. And how that's going to happen is going to be interesting. If they release what they have, like he tells you there, and they're already making it look like he committed suicide, do you think you're going to find anything in the Epstein records? No, you're not. So how are we going to see that evidence? Well, if Epstein is the keystone and Elon now holds the key, I guess that means Elon will be unlocking the keystone. And he's told us that many times, and so did Ivan Raiklin over and over and over, that there would be Twitter files released, the largest Twitter dump you'd ever seen. That's how I think we're going to get the evidence of the Epstein stuff. And that's what I think's coming. And that's why I think these two are arguing. It's getting pretty nasty, and I'll show you why. God, I should show you this other news first, but I suppose since we're already here, we'll talk about where it went. Arguments. First, the news was talking about their little losing patience with each other. Elon started posting some stuff, throwing gasoline on the fire, sharing old Trump posts. Then they were fighting over these incentives because Trump said he could save money by canceling Elon's governmental subsidies. And then Elon shot back that Trump was on the Epstein list. Time to drop the big bomb. Trump is in the Epstein files. That's the real reason they've not been made public. Have a nice day. That was the most controversial post that Elon dropped today. So is it true? Would he leave his kid with somebody that's in the Epstein files? Of course not. Right? So you're seeing the smoke and mirrors. Elon gets pissed at Trump over all this. They're fighting each other. They'll probably have some kind of Epstein release, but it won't be anything. And then Elon's going to get pissed and release the Twitter files in retaliation. That's what I see coming. I haven't heard anyone else talking about that, but that is my theory. And people said, well, now it makes the left pay attention to it. Well, yes, the left is already dropping news stories about it. They're already putting up all kinds of stuff. You got Eric Swalwell out there instantly saying, release the Epstein files, like this post. Interesting, right? So, do you think that the left is that stupid that they don't know that we're trying to draw them into this trap, that they instantly on cue just jump up and say, oh, if Trump might be in the Epstein files, now we want him released? No, I don't think they're that stupid. I think they're doing it on cue, and I think they're actors working for Trump, and they're part of this, and they're going to get the left to look at it, which the left will now, people on the left, because their TDS is going to make them think, well, if Trump's in there, I'll look at it. It's a genius plan. They're playing one hell of a game of chess. And I'll tell you this, we have a new date. You know how the dates work, guys. There's always a date when something's going to happen. Well, there's a new date out there. And it ties around all this sun and moon stuff and this particular crescent moon that was posted that tied into a crescent moon picture that I can show you here from George Magazine a while back. And somebody did some cool work on this and went diving in and found out that in June, the most significant crescent moon is the first day of summer, June 20th this year. Is there something significant going to happen that day? That's the new date that's popping up everywhere. Q and the plan to save America. Where is R and much more? June 20th this year is the first day of summer. The crescent moon on the calendar happens on June 20th. Little signs like that being dropped all around. I wish I had seen the latest episode with Bo Polney on Nino, but I have not seen that yet. He has some interesting dates to list too. Taking a look a little deeper at all this stuff, a look at what these guys had to say to each other to begin with and what the news is saying.
Look, you know, I've always liked Elon, and it's always very surprised. You saw the words he had for me, the words of, and he hasn't said anything about me that's bad. I'd rather have him criticize me than the bill, because the bill is incredible. It's the biggest cut in the history of our country. We've never cut. It's about 1.6 trillion in.
Let's talk about that bill, because I don't think a lot of people understand that bill. I don't necessarily understand that bill, but the White House has put out 50 reasons that the one big beautiful bill is a big win. It delivers the largest tax cut in American history, which means an extra $5,000 in America's pocket, with a double-digit % decrease to their tax bills. Americans earning between $30,000 and $80,000 per year will pay 15% less in taxes. It makes the Trump tax cuts permanent, preventing the largest tax increase ever. If the bill doesn't pass, Americans will see the largest tax increase in history. It will raise Americans' tax home pay by as much as $13,000 and wages by as much as $11,000. This bill will reverse the spending curse plaguing D.C. It delivers no tax on tips and no tax on overtime, provides historic tax cuts for seniors. It finishes the border wall. That would be great, right? It'll boost Border Patrol and ICE agents on the front lines with the largest border security investment in history. It increases the child tax credit to $2,500 per family per child. It protects Medicaid for Americans who truly need it. It implements popular work requirements for able-bodied Americans receiving taxpayer-funded benefits. It eliminates hundreds of billions of dollars in green new scam tax credits, reverses electric vehicle mandates. It ends Biden's war on energy and opens up federal lands to oil, gas, coal, geothermal, and mineral leasing. It streamlines permitting processes so we can get building again. It refills the Strategic Petroleum Reserve to safeguard America's energy security. This goes on and on and on. And if you want to read it, you can at whitehouse.gov under their articles. $10,000 bonuses annually over the next 4 years to Border Patrol and ICE. They'd probably like that, wouldn't they? So I know you don't want to sit there and read all of that all day, but it's 50 reasons to vote for this one big, beautiful bill. Now, will what's happening now distract the left from this big, beautiful bill? Will it slide right in office because everyone's calling for the release of the Epstein files? Maybe. We'll look at a little more of this situation. You can see they do like each other. It's really kind of funny.
Yes, we are.
We don't know this country is finished.
Appreciate you guys. Are you Pappy Trumpo?
Yeah, I think so.
Is it just interference, though? I think it's much more than interference. And they did tell us basically, that they were going to do this. And why do I think this is great? Because I think this is another step forward in ramping things up, releasing things, and proving to the American people that we are watching a movie, something that everybody is going to have to learn. Some things that people are saying. I think Trump might be working in tandem with Elon here to tank his own bill in a 4D chess move. I'm not sure he's trying to tank his own bill. Carl Higbee with Newsmax weighs in on it. We'll see what he says. He does have an interesting theory we're going to look at. And then people running these polls here. Is Elon Musk really going against Trump, or is it smoke and mirrors? 98% of the almost 6,000 people that voted say it's smoke and mirrors. I want you to hear the theory of the guy from Newsmax, why he thinks they're fighting.
Okay, so the support for this bill seems to be falling apart right in front of us. And instead of going back to the drawing board and saying, oh, hey, maybe we, as in Congress, should trim it down a bit and change some things and tweak some things. No, they're just trying to keep it alive simply because it passed the House already.
I called Elon last night and he didn't answer, but I'm not upset about this. And I just, I think he understands, and he's acknowledged to me before, that this is so serious that we can't fool around with it.
Yeah, that's what we're concerned about. It is serious, and we're concerned about you guys fooling around with it. The bill wasn't perfect when it got there. Okay, and Elon, I think, is right on this one, because apparently you passed a bill that no one read, that you told us was so star-spangled awesome, Mike, that it had to be passed. And Marjorie Taylor Greene tweeted out today, or actually yesterday, full transparency. I did not know this section on pages 278 and 279 of the OBBB that strips states of the right to make laws or regulate AI for 10 years. She said, I'm adamantly opposed to this and is a violation of states' rights, and I would have voted no if I had known this was in there. This needs to be stripped out in the Senate. Look, I love Marjorie Taylor Greene. I think she's right on target about 99% of the time, and I'm generally pretty aligned with her on most things. But is it too much to ask that somebody who's getting paid $174,000 of my tax money a year to read the one major thing they voted on this month? I mean, this is exactly what I've been ranting about for a month. Look, I know Trump supported this bill, but we also know that he is not thrilled about the final product. But how much other junk is there in this, like this bill? I have a theory, though, and this is just my theory, but I've recently been pretty right about a lot of things, so I'm just going to roll with it. I think Trump might be working in tandem with Elon here to tank his own bill in a 4D chess move. Just a theory. My reasoning, I mean, like, how many people in the history of ever, like Trump's entire political career of the last decade, have come out against something Trump wants? And when has Trump just not gone off and completely obliterated them on like a global scale? Seriously. Ron DeSantis says one bad thing about Trump. Trump ruined his presidential career potential. Massey, 99% aligned with Trump, doesn't vote for the big, beautiful bill, and Trump's supporting a primary against him. So why hasn't Trump said anything negative about Elon? You picking up what I'm putting down? I mean, maybe Trump is also reading the country that's not thrilled about massive deficits that this creates and saying, ooh, maybe I shouldn't have settled for what the Congress gave me, so let's put Congress in the hot seat and force it back to the drawing board. Is it crazy to think? I don't think so.
I don't know. It's going to be a distraction at the very least, all this Epstein stuff, but I don't know that he wants the bill tanked. If anything, I think he wants people to change the tune and stop talking about how bad the bill is and that they're arguing about it and make it look like they're really arguing about the Epstein files. This guy that we've watched before had an interesting few things to say on it too. Speaking of psychological warfare, try to not get trapped into it, as they are looking for useful idiots to help spread their propaganda. So we'll listen to what he has to say real fast.
The world is literally experiencing the greatest deliverance in all of human history. But it's an indescribable battle. It's an indescribable battle. And I notice that there is an army, a vast and very powerful army on social media, on X everywhere, that has a strategic mission to blackmail you, to destroy you, to discourage you, to take away your power, to push you down, to attack and discredit Trump by all means possible, to make sure that there is no hope, no life, no vision, no joy, no victory with the patriots, with the freedom people, with the truth warriors. They want to destroy you with negativity, darkness, discouragement.
Is he right?
You know, it is a relentless assault that you see every second of every minute of every hour of every day. It's unbelievable. It never stops. First, I thought that...
chipping away at you by getting you to fight each other, by pushing negativity, by trying to make people that are patriots go at each other's throats. We're not going to be those patriots, are we? Trump said something kind of interesting about Elon's black eye. I thought I'd show real quick.
Happy when he stood behind the Oval Desk, and even with the black eye, I said, "Do you want a little makeup? We'll get you a little makeup." But he said, "No, I don't think so," which is interesting and very nice. He wants to be who he is, so you could make that statement too, I guess.
It's interesting because the other day he told reporters he didn't even notice Elon's black eye. And then he says it's interesting that he told him to put makeup on, but he didn't think he needed it. So, yeah, like I said, they're going at each other's throat. Elon is going even further, asking if Trump was replaced by a body double, asking if it's time to create a new political party in America that actually represents the 80% in the middle, which received 162,000 votes. MJ True says, why don't they just call each other? They're choosing to hash it out over social media. Well, because it's all planned, MJ, and he knows that. Just like in the picture here, they're all good friends. All right. Did you know one of the only times POTUS replied to a post was to Donaldo Trumpo on Truth, and it was about Elon. This is not as simple as him being replaced or him being Elon 2.0. Elon's account and persona is being used in a very specific way to help wake up the sleepers. This is Captain Kyle's theory. We've been watching this account for a long time as Trump's closest people are running it to help the Anons with comms. Take a look at this video to understand a little more about the back and forth you see with Elon. Yeah, I think we kind of get that part. I want to look at a couple of other news stories here and talk about some other stuff. It's sort of related. We mentioned this yesterday, Trump's travel ban on these 12 countries, which, you know, these are probably some of the most chaotic, violent countries in the world, also the poorest. It's a bad deal that, you know, at this point in time, you got to sort of block people coming here because you don't know if they're coming here as people that hate the country or people trying to get actual help. I want to talk about this video real quick and see what you guys think and what this guy says wrong during this video.
It's Pride. So many people already think I'm indoctrinating the youth. Well, right now it's June, so kind of am, yeah. I'm bringing Blues Clues Pride. I am bringing queer portraits. We're learning about the pride flag. We are reading the books, especially the banned ones. We are learning about queer icons. And on top of all of that, I am teaching how to create a social media post for when they become, you know, those people. But it's the end of the year, and it is important that we continue our learning, continue our understanding, and that is what we are doing here. and 5th grade. The biggest things I want them to take away is this quote from Miss Major Griffin Gracie.
5th grade. One, he's probably going to cost his school its funding. Number two, you know, it's one thing when teachers decorate their classroom with different things that coincide with what you might learn in 5th grade. But when you have a teacher that makes the entire curriculum about a certain topic that they're interested, you're putting your opinion over the knowledge that these kids are supposed to be learning. I think what he's doing is absolutely wrong. Would you hire, you know, somebody who's so into Trump that they're putting Trump flags all over the classroom? You know they're not going to get away with it. And so anybody getting by with this, putting themselves into the classroom rather than the curriculum, I think that's exactly the problem here. Though I do like what he says at the end with this stupid quote.
We're all part of one another. I would want people to understand who we are as human beings. I want us to look at the similarities.
He should go back and rethink that, because he's about to run a bunch of 5th graders. That's what I think, sadly. Mark Levine was at the White House today lobbying for war with Iran, says Tucker Carlson. Why was Tucker Carlson at the White House today? To be clear, Levine has no plans to fight in this war or any other war. He's demanding that American troops do it. We need to stop Iran from building nuclear weapons. He and like-minded ideologues in Washington are now arguing. They're just weeks away. If this sounds familiar, it's because the same people have been making the same claim since at least the 1990s. We've been talking about this here. It's a lie. In fact, there is zero credible intelligence that suggests Iran is anywhere near building a bomb or that they have plans to. None. Anyone who claims otherwise is ignorant or dishonest. If the U.S. government knew Iran was weeks away from possessing a nuclear weapon, we'd already be at war. Iran knows this, which is why they're not building one. They also know it's unwise to give up weapons program entirely. Muammar Gaddafi tried that and wound up sodomized with a bayonet. As soon as Gaddafi disarmed, NATO stepped in. So, interesting story there. Mark Levine pushing for war with Iran. We talked about this over and over, how they keep telling you decade after decade, oh, Iran's close to having that weapon. They're close again. They're close again. They tell you that story like once a month, every freaking month. And people believe it. I'll tell you exactly who controls Iran. Israel and the United States. Just like they have for decades. And then they use them to make it look like we have wars to fight. Okay. Bum, 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 bum. ICE is on a roll. The record number of immigrants in a single day they arrested the other day, detaining more than 2,200 people in one day. That was Tuesday for them. Today's Thursday now. And MJ says, drop a period if this is what you voted for. Many of the people arrested were at an appointment and had been released under a program for those deemed not to be threats to public safety. They went to that appointment and were then arrested and deported. That's not exactly what I voted for. I voted for getting the violent psychopaths out of the country. But what about the people that have been here for a couple decades and have started to work and raise families, but they never were legal? Are we kicking them out too? Well, we are, in fact. pretty much everyone illegal. So I get they do stuff like this, but they really tricked these people. I mean, they made them think they were going to get to stay in the country because they were nonviolent and had no past records. And then when they showed up to that appointment, boom, they locked them all up. That's how they arrested 2,200 people in one day. And I don't know how to feel about that. I don't like tactics like that. I don't like, it's deception, but I don't know. Now we'll talk about Boston Chinese Mayor Michelle Wu, who calls ICE neo-Nazis. Let's take a look at what she says to start with.
I don't know of any police department that routinely wears masks. We know that there are other groups that routinely wear masks. NSC 131 routinely wears masks.
Mayor, just to clarify, are you comparing ICE, you said, to NSC 131, the neo-Nazi group? Are you comparing them to a neo-Nazi group?
What I said is that Boston Police and no police department that I know of at the local level routinely wears masks.
And so they're criticizing her because she once also made this statement after a police shooting in Boston.
My condolences and all of our thoughts are with the family of the individual whose life has been lost.
Our thoughts and prayers are with the family and friends of the individual who's been lost.
So they're mad because she apologized to the man's family that was shot in the back by police while he was running around with a knife. I don't know how to feel about that either. On the one hand, you stop a man with a knife if he's trying to stab somebody, but you don't shoot somebody in the back either. It's not proper police protocol, unless that person is literally about to stab somebody and the only thing you can do to stop them, shoot them in the back. My biggest problem with Trump is the qualified immunity deal and the stuff with these cops. There's so many good cops out there. And in places like Britain right now, they're wasting the talent of these officers by sending them out to arrest people over social media posts. In the United Kingdom, they're arresting 33 people per day over social media posts. Tens of thousands have been arrested in the past decade. And I know you'll say there's 68 million people in the UK. There's 5 times as many people in the United States, and we only have 100 so arrests here over social media. And those are over arrests where people threaten somebody's life or safety in the posts. That's the only reason people get arrested over here for social media. In the UK, it's quite different. And the thing is, most of the cases don't even get prosecuted, which means they're literally bullying people. If that's not a political tactic, I don't know what is. They're arresting them and not even prosecuting them in the end. That's bullying. They're retaliating over posts and saying that the posts have the ability to stir up the community, which could cause somebody to get hurt. So it's insane. They literally have those cops out there arresting people over freedom of speech. And imagine being a cop, being put in that position, especially here in this country where we have the First Amendment. What do you do? And I'm going to talk more about qualified immunity, but first, I've got to tie into the artificial intelligence thing because Trump's getting hit hard about the Palantir stuff too. And I'm going to talk about why that could be both a good thing and an incredibly bad and dangerous thing. I'm going to look at a few more stories here first. There were also ICE arrests, and they did arrest a suspected or current or former al-Qaeda member and a Russian national born in Tajikistan who was released under Biden in 2023. He's now pending deportation. So they are busy rounding people up. All right, we've seen all this Trump stuff. Get past all that. Get back up to speed. All right. We looked at that. All right. Moving on to Russia. Putin is really trying to help Trump resolve this so-called alleged Iranian nuclear standoff that really doesn't even exist, while again telling Ukraine that they are deciding how and when they will respond, but that they will respond. And I imagine Zelensky's about as nervous as can be right now. Prime Minister of India, Prime Minister Modi, was not invited to the G7 summit coming up shortly in Canada. Was he, left out and ignored, or did he make the choice to not attend? We'll look at that really quickly.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi will likely not attend the G7 summit in Canada from June 15 to 17 this year, as per a TOI report. Host Canada has not extended a formal invitation to India for the event in Alberta. In either case, PM Modi is unlikely to have travelled to North America, particularly due to uncertainty regarding how the newly elected Canadian government will address India's concerns regarding the actions of Khalistan separatists. A spokesperson for the Canadian G7 declined to confirm whether Modi would receive an invitation. TOI's reports.
I wonder if Trump did. I'm pretty sure he did. And that's coming up just in a couple of weeks, the regular G7 summit. So we'll see what comes of that. Trump spoke with President Xi of China today, discussing some of the what does that say? Intricacies of our recently made and agreed to trade deal. The call lasted approximately 1.5 hours and resulted in a very positive conclusion for both countries. There should no longer be any question respecting the complexity of rare earth products. Our respective teams will be meeting shortly at a location to be determined. He's always talking about the rare earth minerals, isn't he? There's supposed to be a handful of them that are very important. President Trump said that President Xi graciously invited him to visit China, and Trump returned the favor and invited him to visit the United States. In Texas, the Federal Department of Justice is suing Texas over a tuition law, a 24-year policy which allowed illegal alien students to pay less than Americans to go to public universities. We'll take a look at this.
The Justice Department is suing Texas, and it's all over a long-standing policy on in-state tuition. So the DOJ is accusing Texas of discriminating against out-of-state students by offering in-state tuition rates to undocumented immigrants. The agency says this policy is unconstitutional. We also know that Texas lawmakers have reportedly been trying to change the law. Just last month, the state Senate did advance a bill that would disqualify undocumented students from receiving any in-state tuition. That bill would require...
It's funny. We're actually seeing white people turn around and start suing for being discriminated against. In fact, there was a big case today where a woman sued a place for not hiring her because they were more looking for LGBTQ plus people like themselves, and she thought that was why she didn't get hired, and she's now suing. Representative Mary Miller has introduced a resolution to recognize June as Family Month and not Pride Month. She's hoping to see that ended, as many of us are.
Thank you. What a wonderful motivation to have 23 grandkids behind you as you advocate for family on Capitol Hill.
Yes, well, family was God's plan and his ways are perfect. That's what it says in Psalm 18. And sadly, the left hijacked June to, present perversion, to cause gender confusion, and basically to give license for individuals to be indecent in public. And I'm taking it back for the American family.
So I know that you are not a stranger to push back from the left, because you step right into the arena and you do so with confidence, with clarity, and with compassion.
That's what has to happen, guys. We have to take control of our destiny. The future is now. The future is you. Only action in the present will change the past and change the future. You're activated. This came up today. It was interesting. Susan posted this, although she didn't post it for the reason explained here by the President of the United States of America proclamation. It's enhancing national security by addressing risks at Harvard University. And the students they bring in have done some pretty nasty things towards the United States, though she shared this post because she thinks there's a failure to afford equal rights and access to free education of American elderly women, and it should be added to the investigation, saying that her generation and female children of war veterans had their dependency status removed when they turned 18, so they could not receive a free higher education or any of the other benefits afforded to male children of war veterans. Interesting, huh? I didn't even know that was happening. So I thank you, Susan, for bringing that up. Certainly some discrimination, sexism at the least. Fani Willis has been ordered to pay $54,000 for an open records violation. We'll take a look at that.
Well, we are following some breaking news tonight at 6, as a judge has now ordered Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis to pay more than $54,000 for violating the Open Records Act. Zach Merchant with our 11 Alive political team broke the story. And Zach, you just got a copy of that court order. What have you learned here?
We did. We just got a hold of this Fulton County Superior Court order just in the last roughly 15 to 20 minutes. In it, Judge Rachel Krause rules that DA Fani Willis violated the State Open Records Act by failing to turn over documents requested by defense attorney Ashley Merchant. The judge wrote that the defendants, the Fulton County DA's office, were openly hostile to Merchant and failed to handle her requests in good faith. I think she got off easy. Merchant had sought a copy of confidentiality agreements.
I think all of Congress should be stripped of their money. Personally, they probably already have been. All right, we talked about the crescent moon. I wanted to share this post. It's saying that the first arrests might possibly be a double arrest. Barack Obama and Bill Clinton, 2 presidents, 2 arrests, 2 executions. This is from Patriot Princess. Clinton linked to Mount Carmel. Mount Carmel linked to Israel. 2 days before Mount Carmel, World Trade Center went boom at 17 minutes past 12. Extract agent David Koresh. Israel for last. Israel saved for last will lead to the first arrest. They always said that the reason for Israel being saved last was one that nobody had ever really talked about or mentioned before. Bill Clinton, David Koresh, Mount Carmel. That would definitely be something that no one ever considered being a linking reason why it seems like Israel's behind a lot of the madness in the world, more so than the crown, more so than the U.S. itself. Juan O'Savins' page shared this little sign from God. On June 5th, he hit 5,555 subscribers on Telegram. 55, all clear. Cool little sign, I guess. And the White House lit up green last night. Another sign to everybody. Green Castle, Red Castle. Reviewing certain presidential actions, this regarding the Autopen disaster, by the authority vested in me as president by the Constitution and laws of the United States of America. It is hereby directed. The President of the United States, as the unitary head of the executive branch, holds tremendous power and responsibility through his signature. Words on paper can become the law of the land. Individuals are appointed to some of the highest offices in government. National policies can be created or eliminated, and prisoners can go free. In sum, the nation is governed through presidential signatures. In recent months, it's become increasingly apparent that former President Biden's aides abused the power of presidential signatures through the use of an Autopen to conceal Biden's cognitive decline and assert Article 2 authority. This conspiracy marks one of the most dangerous and concerning scandals in American history. The American public was purposely shielded from discovering who wielded the executive power, all while Biden's signature was deployed across thousands of documents to effect radical policy shifts. So we know about all that. Mainly what's new is just the investigation here. Counsel of the President, in consultation with Attorney General Ed Martin, and the head of any other relevant executive agencies or departments, basically have the right to investigate all this, investigate Biden's health, mental health, cognitive health, and ability, whether it was a fake Biden, any agreements with the aides to require false or public statements that elevated his capabilities, the purpose of the activities, yada, yada. So on goes the investigation into the Autopen. We looked at that. Or no, we didn't. There's talk of the high inflation coming. This is something we had talked about too, being a sign of this movie coming to an end. Shockingly, the Democrat-controlled CBO just announced that the tariffs will be reducing the deficit by at least $2.8 trillion. Too bad this information couldn't have been released earlier. It would have kept people from knowingly saying untruths. And it's because BlackRock CEO Larry Fink warned that the tariffs will lead to higher inflation over the next few months. We always said that there would be hyperinflation right before the markets here finally crashed for good, which is interesting because Elon Musk has been telling people that we are headed for bankruptcy.
Start off, I did an editorial a few days ago in the Financial Times, and I said, I have no idea what the next 7 days are going to be. If the tariffs are instituted over the next 5 months, I think we're going to see very elevated inflation.
I think we're going to see, if the bill goes through, a lot of job growth and a lot of small businesses growing through tax breaks, which will lead to a lot of new employment, new businesses, new small businesses, all while the big corporations continue to sink. That's the America. That's the Trump I voted for. This is the woman I talk about. Supreme Court unanimously ruled in reverse discrimination suit for a straight white woman who was discriminated against and applying for a new role at work. We'll take a quick peek at the story.
There's another opinion today of significance, and this one involves employment discrimination. It's the case of a woman named Marlene Ames, who alleged that she was denied a promotion because she is a straight woman in a job setting where being a gay woman was advantageous, and therefore she was discriminated against. Historically, some courts require that you prove more to show discrimination against you when you're a member of a majority group. Today, a unanimous Supreme Court in a decision authored by Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson.
That's historic, guys. It's historic for the white race, really, because we are getting discriminated against in a lot of ways. with Trump stopping a lot of DEI stuff, but and you got people like that teacher who are going to keep it going and going and going. Former GOP Representative Joe Walsh announced he's officially becoming a Democrat because Donald Trump is a danger to the country. Yeah, we'll miss you, Joe. We already have a Joe Walsh we like. And they're ramping up this scare tactic as well. Quite so. New virus discovered in China is one small step away from triggering another pandemic. They're already talking about it being in the San Francisco Valley. And so I see lockdowns in the future. I think we'll hit the brink of World War III during that time, or that's what it'll look like. And then to keep people from talking, they'll cut the power, they'll cut the internet, maybe for 2 or 3 days. It'll happen. It's coming. It's coming quick. This from Doc. 8 years ago, no one paid attention to the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers, Soros, and all of their corrupt ways. We live in a different day now. You are part of the great awakening shift that will change the world forever. He's exactly right. That's why I talk a lot about the guys we listen to here. If it weren't for a lot of them, we wouldn't even know about these conversations. Now I want to switch to the topic of AI and what's going on here. Amazon's going to be testing their humanoid robots for deliveries. And Captain Kyle says, do you see where this is going? They will be used for good, not for evil. Many jobs will be replaced so that humanity can be free and focus on doing something they love, getting out of the rat race. This is part of the soft disclosure to introduce slowly what's to come to humanity. I think he's right there. Why I'm concerned, though, about the AI stuff and the qualified immunity. And I don't know how to put them together. Qualified immunity, cops make mistakes. If Trump wants to force it, so cops have to know the law before they enforce it, I'll go for qualified immunity. But right now, we got people out there that don't know the law enforcing the law, and it's creating a lot of fucked up situations. I'm not about to hand over qualified immunity to the police department, especially when you don't know which ones are involved in all this problematic stuff. The AI stuff and Palantir, here's the problem. Yesterday, we looked at how Israel is using artificial intelligence to systematically wipe out everyone in Gaza. They're using it to pick their targets. It's picking dozens of targets in a day even. And then they go out and destroy those targets. If you were to use something like that here, when Americans were, say, like at their homes and locked down, and say there's a list like the one Joe Biden made of us being domestic terrorists, and they fed that list to the artificial intelligence, it would go out and systematically track us all down and murder us, which is why I have a bit of a problem with the AI thing, though I don't believe Trump has any plan to murder you with AI. We are going to look at the system a little bit. That's what I want to talk about now before we move on with some other stuff here. I've got another interesting video about what was really going on between Hitler fighting the Rothschilds. There's a great interview we'll watch a little later with Sheila Hol, who's the one who told us that we've tried to break out of this matrix 7 different times before. There's a great interview between Nino and Leo Zagami we might look at. Right now we're going to start here. And there's a couple interesting things that all tie together here in a way. Obama right now, via the Diddy trial, is being exposed as a major adrenochrome trafficker, according to documents. We're going to look at that too. Then we're going to look at the World Economic Forum's Bill Gates death pods that can remotely kill useless citizens or people that decide they want to commit suicide. Remote controlled killing machines. That sounds a bit like that AI stuff, doesn't it? Not good. And then another article about John Podesta being wanted. So let's start right now with a look at these death pods and see if they're similar to the AI systematically killing people.
Bill Gates told us years ago a future was coming where the global elite would claim the godlike power to create life or extinguish it, and decide who gets to live and who is marked for elimination. We're no longer looking into the future. That day is here. World Economic Forum linked scientists have unveiled a piece of technology so dystopian it defies belief. A remote euthanasia system designed to target so-called useless citizens. The process is triggered by a simple beep and vibration. No appeal, no escape, just a slow silent descent into death, decided by an algorithm with access to your personal data. You won't find this on the nightly news. You won't hear a word from the fact checkers. But we've seen the documents, we've watched the footage, and we know exactly what this means. The global elites are preparing to depopulate the world and eliminate dissent, not with bullets, but with machines and quiet compliance. This isn't sci-fi, this is real. The numbers are already shocking. Their plans are pure evil. And by the end of this episode, you'll understand just how far they're willing to go and why you need to resist before the beep comes for you. This might be the most disturbing video you'll watch all year. Because what we're about to show you isn't just a warning, it's a glimpse into the globalist dystopian future that has already begun. Before we dive in, join the TPV free speech community over on Soju. Soju is a digital space where ideas and information can take place without any annoying algorithms or restrictive rules getting in the way of free expression. A decade ago, Bill Gates casually hinted at a future where the global elite would hold the power to decide who lives and who dies.
Is spending $1 million on that last 3 months of life for that patient, would it be better not to lay off those 10 teachers and to make that trade-off in medical costs? But that's called the death panel, and you're not supposed to have that discussion.
Now that dystopian vision is a reality. Gates' death panels have formed. His suicide pods are here. According to a spokesperson for Sarko, the WF-linked company behind the infamous suicide pods, their latest generation of death technology, now equipped with a remote kill switch, are being hailed as a dream come true.
I have indeed compared all kinds of available options to die self-determined. And there is no better way, in my eyes, for me, than just breathing air without oxygen until you lose consciousness and you fall in a never-ending sleep. I pretty much believe that it's like falling asleep at night in your own bed.
Is the world that bad
when you are seeking your dreams?
People really want to just leave it all behind.
How does the WF's new death tech work? A small device, implanted directly into the body, runs on a silent countdown. Each day, it emits a beep and a subtle vibration, a chilling reminder you must disable the kill switch. But if you choose not to turn it off, or forget to turn it off, or worse, if the state-run algorithm monitoring your behavior, health data, or social credit score deems you no longer useful, then the device activates. No second chances, no appeals, just a quiet buzz, a gentle vibration. The mechanism activates. The poison.
You know what the scary thought is? You could already have that inside of you and not even know it.
Is released, and then silence. Another life erased by the state. The elite are determined to convince you to end your own life. And if you won't, this is how they'll do it for you, using a mechanism in your leg, or one of their personalized gas chambers.
It's been designed with a view to being used in nature, whether that is at a beach or in the Alps.
somewhere of outstanding beauty, and that's why there's such a big window, so people will be able to...
This is like suicide booths. Reminds me of Futurama a little bit. It's so sad, you know. There were times in my life that I felt that way and wanted my life to end. 2 significant times I can think of that God intervened both times, and there'll never be a third. So, a tiny little switch. No one's obviously willingly going to have that put inside of them, except maybe if you're suicidal. But could you already have it inside of you? Like a chip, an implant? We've talked about that in the past few days.
See the outside world, but also the designer in the Netherlands wanted to give it a sense of travel to a new destination.
This guy's Donald Trump. That is a funny metaphor for how Trump's saving us all. Things we don't even understand. Kind of wild, isn't it? I think it says from X-Men or something. You guys think that's true? You feel like Trump's saving us from things we don't even quite understand? Pretty cool scene either way, isn't it? I think you get the idea. I thought that was kind of cool. I want to show you this other video I came across real quick, just to change us back into something a little more interesting and fun and away from the suicide topic. It's only like 5 minutes long.
Antarctica also has some relatively small regions that are clear of any ice and snow, and there's some surface lakes in these areas which were warm enough to swim and fish in. Even the lakes deep below the ice are teeming with life, such as Lake Vostok, the largest Antarctic lake, which does not get any sunlight and may have been isolated for millions of years. The reason is underwater volcanic vents eject minerals which sustain bacteria and plankton, which besides providing food to fish and other organisms, also create oxygen, another life-sustaining element which makes some of the most remote submerged parts of Antarctica theoretically habitable by humans. I say theoretically because of persistent yet officially unproven rumors that have been circulating since the alleged end of World War II that maintain many of the most technologically elite German forces did not surrender to the Allies in 1945, but survived in secret bases below the ice near the South Pole. It's relatively easy for many to dismiss this possibility because of the high degree of censorship, not only of the mainstream media, but also in Hollywood and academia, both of which also are subject to government propaganda in the name of national security. It seems logical that the subject of Antarctica remains largely classified, given the military defeat the Allies suffered in 1946 and 47, while trying to locate and eradicate any surviving colonies established by the Germans. Codenamed Operation High Jump, the United States and several Allied nations sent an armada consisting of 3 aircraft carriers, along with support vessels, destroyers, submarines, and 4,500 armed troops, led by Admiral Byrd, to Neuschwabenland, the name of the Antarctic territory annexed by nationalist Germany during the 30s. After the fall of the Soviet Union, maps have leaked into the public domain, allegedly obtained by the KGB during their capture of Berlin, which gave directions on not only how to navigate under the ice to reach these bases, but maps of subterranean habitable landmasses, which the Germans refer to as Asgard, a mythical underground oasis which legends claim were inhabited by Nordic-looking gods. As the modern field of UFOs has recently gained a degree of credibility with validation of unidentified craft by the Pentagon and disclosures of lunar and Martian bases by a retired Israeli official, which I covered in a prior video that I'll leave a link to in the description. The subject has been around for decades.
Okay, so I'm trying to remember that guy's name. If you're interested, you can add his channel on YouTube. It's Robert something. He's a professor. One of you guys know. I know you do. It's a popular channel. What people talk about nowadays when they bring up this topic really is which side of things was Adolf Hitler on? And I know that's a weird question, isn't it? That we're even asking a question like that. And I'm not going to stay on this topic for long, but I found this little 2-minute video. It was interesting. Goes without saying, you know, every time a country tries to make its own currency, we usually murder their leader, don't we? that what happened in Germany? Was Hitler just trying to rid the world of the Rothschild banking system? Did the Holocaust even happen? Did Israel make it up? Further their cause, the big lie. Yeah, the big lie, the one thing everyone learns about in school, no matter what. Be the biggest lie ever told. Sort of like Roe versus Wade. Another lie of the century, just to murder babies. So amazing how the world's gonna change. Everything you thought you knew is wrong. Wasn't it amazing? And yet, how do you go about telling your kin that Adolf Hitler was just trying to rid the world of a banking cartel? You'll have to come up with that answer. Still don't know that one yet. But I know what Trump and Elon are doing is amazingly going to pull people from the left over to the right without them even realizing it. Now, we're going to listen to this short clip with Juan and see what he's saying about this Trump and Elon disagreement. And then we'll go from there. We got a lot of good things to look at tonight, Patriots. So thank you for being here. Let's take a look.
Things today, one of them being Palantir. Is that how you say it? I kept calling it Planeteer, but I guess Palantir.
Yeah.
With Mr. Thiel. What is this, man? In a way, I'm like, okay, I guess this is it's a necessary evil that we're gonna have to grapple with and play with, and it's good maybe that it's under Trump's control, but at the same time, I'm thinking, well, is this the beast system? Is Trump the one bringing it in? How do we know it's gonna always be in good hands? What if it leaves Trump's hands and it goes into, whoever's the next president? What if it's some loony radical left? I mean, there's a lot of questions here.
Well, the one thing I would temper all of this with is if you think you're not already being looked at in a very similar manner by a half dozen or more major operations, think Google and Facebook. Facebook was created at DARPA to do something similar to this in the first place.
You told me this was going to be all that on steroids, Google on steroids. What the hell does that mean? And I was talking to somebody, and I can't say their name because they don't want me to say their name, but that deals with I don't even give it away, but they told me that this is going to be a massive kind of honeypot operation. Make sense?
Yeah, it's, I don't know if that's exactly the right term that I would use, but yes, you are trying to bait people into, present information that helps from a management standpoint. The only thing I guess I would say is that you're already being looked at this way by a lot of private organizations and operations, and they're collating information. And this is just one from, an official standpoint. Look, the intelligence agencies are already doing everything that's proposed here, on steroids themselves. So is there...
But I mean, is this going to lead to like pre-crime arrests and are they going to monitor people's internet and okay, this person is looking at this and that or whatever, and then arrest that person? I mean, this can lead to very overreaching, intrusive stuff here.
I don't disagree. And I think that that's part of the reason why we do have to be so concerned. Trust but verify type of thing. The problem is that at a different level, everything that's proposed here is already happening. It's just you're not aware of it. In fact, as I told you off the air, who I would recommend that you actually have on would be Colonel Tony Schaefer. He
You
just
set
did
that up, didn't you? We're good to go yet?
yeah. My chief of staff just interviewed him the other day over Matt Meck at PPN. Again, that's the proper place. He has the history and the expertise to talk authoritatively on a lot of this and get his perspective. And some of the concerns, originate there. By the way, it was his conversation with Matt that brought up the issue of the fifth plane.
Well, hold on. Before we get to the fifth plane on 9/11, before we get into that, look, as of right now, we have nothing to worry about because it's in Trump's hands, the Palantir stuff. Now, what if it's not in Trump's hands? What if it was in Biden's hands? Then everybody the whole narrative with the Fed surrection, they would have gone to anybody who was at Patriots' house and arrested them and taken them in. I mean, it all depends whose hands this power is in, right? I mean, if you're able to put every American in a database and follow and track and trace them, there's a problem. Ultimately, it's gonna end up in the wrong hands at some point in time.
Well, again, I would propose back to you that it's already happening. Homeland Security cumulatively is already doing pretty much everything that you see here. It's already, if you will, in the wrong hands in many ways. We have to, we're in the world we're in. The technology is the technology. Again,
there should be technology to go against this and have defense against this kind of stuff. Like, all right, so now we just have to accept it and say, well, that's just the way the world is. So is this the beast system? And then sooner or later, it's going to be, I mean, crypto, everything's going into this funnel to where we have no choice, and it's taking away our freedoms, our liberties, man. I mean, it's like our privacy. Like, I don't understand how this is a good thing. I really don't.
I am not disagreeing with you. In my view of a perfect world, we wouldn't have this type of potential monitoring of our privacy, invasion of our privacy. The other side of the coin is we live in a world of mean, nasty, all sorts of things. And so the question is, what is reasonable in the world we live in, the way it is? And by the way, there are true vulnerabilities that somebody needs to be anticipating and trying to get ahead of. You don't know moment to moment, day to day, what the true risks are to you. I was talking with somebody just in the last couple of weeks who actually, and it wasn't recent, this was a little while back, but actually was the person at the point when they detected the location of a very, very, very nasty explosive that would have killed, thousands and thousands. And with that in mind, they turned around this situation radically by intercepting it. The kinds of people that did the work to do this interception were, detectives, investigators, military, that you didn't even know. You went through the whole night, you slept away, didn't even think about it, nothing happened. It was all intercepted because people did incredible, amazing behind the scenes work to allow you to be comfortably unaware of what just happened. In the world that we live in today, with the level of threats, the types of threats, this is part of what unfortunately has to be done. Otherwise, you may very well find yourself in some horrid situation. Don't take a chance.
It's like we're having to play with fire. It's the lesser of the evils in a way. It's better if we have it than China or the deep state. But like, how do we know who's the deep state? I mean, so is this going to be monitoring like everyone's lives? I don't understand how this is exactly gonna work? Is it like it'll find like what you're searching on your? And I mean, I guess if you have nothing to worry about, if you're just an honest everyday citizen, you're not some kind of weirdo.
It's looking at. It's not necessarily looking at individuals. It's looking at access points of various types and putting together pieces in a puzzle. And then if it reaches a certain level of, data points, it gets a human's attention. You go back and look closer. And you can't physically, as a human, monitor all the various little details that might be needed. Is it something that can become part of a beast system? Yeah, absolutely. That's the threat. So how are we going to address it? Do you just put your head in the sand, say, I don't want it? Maybe you're the victim of, the next attack. In the modern age, with the resources we have, it's probably a necessary evil.
It can really do it's really going to handle pre-crime. So they'll be able to see who's plotting something on the internet, go in and take them out before it happens.
Well,
so it'll stop terrorist attacks.
The problem is, I'll tell you, it may very well stop bad guy attacks. But again, go have the conversation with Tony Schaefer. Colonel Schaefer, we had information that wasn't acted on. And in fact, who truly was behind 9/11. If it's an insider thing, maybe people conveniently don't want you to get to the origins of the information. And so are we more under threat from external stuff or the beast within? Something like this may not catch the bad guys from within, and I would say probably would. So, but if it stops the ones that are external that are coming here, again, just like this other situation that we were reviewing a few weeks back, a lot of people wouldn't be here today. It would be something on the order of 9/11, maybe worse, and it was averted because we have amazing resources that were in the right places doing the right thing. And by the way, it was an average citizen that figured it out, but there was sleuthing that supplementally had to be done to verify what the citizens' concerns were, to pull all the dots and pieces together. So
this could also be used to take out the illegal immigrants. I mean, this is probably isn't there something that has to do with the IRS and the Social Security numbers? They're going to monitor all that, see who's using what, and then they're going to be able to go in actively and take out the immigrants.
The Social Security system works somewhat. The IRS systems are totally dysfunctional.
But hold on, you know what this sounds like to me? This sounds like they're using the illegal immigrants as an excuse to go after Americans, just like they did with 9/11 Muslims, as an excuse to bring in the Patriot Act. This is what they're going to use the illegal immigrants to take in the problem reaction solution and equation and then come in and then monitor all Americans. And we're going to be looked up the ass because, no, it's for the illegal immigrants. This is like just two different avenues to the same goal here is the way I see it for the globalist. Just two different routes. And it looks like to me, Juan, that maybe Trump is playing into this.
Again, the system, the machine, let's go the other direction. If Trump didn't join forces with something that could stop easy access by the terrorists, who would be screaming bloody murder that he didn't do enough to protect us? It's a catch-22. There's
for freedoms and liberties for safety, security. We shouldn't. No.
Well, I mean, I get that at some level, though. Those are they may not be well applied in this situation. I get it. I'm not arguing with you. There's risk in doing something, and there's risk in not doing something. So part of the real issue for the American people is you have to have a stronger grip of control over your government, both at the state and federal level, and get the right people into power, and then hold them to the limits of power that the Constitution allows for and that the law allows for. We haven't been doing that. That's in large measure why things have gone so completely awry, is that they've gone rogue and nobody stopped them. It's a sticky wicket. There's no simple answer here, and to act as though there might be, probably that itself is a problem. There aren't simple answers here. Sometimes you do have to split the baby to get to the right answer. In a perfect world, we wouldn't have to deal with these things.
You know, it sounds to me like you don't really, agree with this situation with Palantir. It sounds to me like you're kind of on the fence about it. You don't sound like you're persuaded.
Well, I'm not excited about it, that's for sure. I don't know that we don't have other options. But let me say it this way. What government agency should we have tasked to do the Doge investigations? What existing government agency would you have said, yeah, let's go ahead and have the IRS do Doge. Let's have Social Security Department do Doge. Right. Let's have Treasury do the Doge investigation. Follow the money. Let's have USAID do the Doge investigation and find out where the problems are. At a certain point, you had to have some group come in from the outside that, their bread wasn't buttered in the same way by the same people, and attack from an investigative standpoint what the hell was going on. And they succeeded in doing something amazing in providing the data that we needed to Trump could then act on to begin to rein in some of these monsters. Are they the perfect situation? Should we now institutionalize Doge in some U.S. government agency department to just constantly look at these things? In theory, the Inspector General's office was intended to do this, but then once they reach a certain point, they aren't doing any of it. We've had several agencies that are supposed to be doing something similar to Doge, and they didn't work. So we upset the apple cart, come in, try to figure things out from a different angle, and reinvent ourselves.
Well, Juan, let me ask you this. What's your thoughts on Elon Musk? Elon Musk now is saying that, it's an abomination. The big, beautiful bill, don't vote on it. He's telling everyone to call their congressman, it's disgusting. It's full of pork. What's your thoughts? Is Elon kind of turning on Trump, or is he? I
didn't elect Elon. I elected Trump. Okay,
right, I got that. And what is this? Then, hold on, but what is this? Why is he?
Well, hold on a second. Elon has an opinion. I have an opinion. You have an opinion. The American people didn't elect you or I or Elon. They elected Trump. So he takes in the information he gets from multiple sources, and then he makes a decision. Now, the reason I understand what Trump did, granted, this bill has all sorts of things that I don't like, and many Americans don't like. But there's a lot of things. The bill doesn't exist all by itself. You have to keep the ship of state of America moving forward. Some things you definitely want to address, but is this the time? Is this the moment? And I'll tell you why. Because we're in a horrid situation on the economy right now. And
yeah, but but if he's turning on Trump.
Well, hold on. Let me just finish this answer before I get to Elon. The reality is that you have to have a certain amount of spending in certain places to maintain a flow. The ship of state, you can't just cut the throttles down radically in this turn that we're in. We won't go where we're pointed. So we need to do it in a manner that, will keep us moving without grounding us. And a certain amount of spending that's got to happen, a certain amount of pork in certain places. Trump's made the equation to, allow that. It's not permanent. It's not the final decision. But there's a lot of things go into these equations. If you like sausage, don't watch them make it. That's
all right. Hold on.
Trump had to make some decisions that keep us moving and keep the right players in camp with them. You could, on principle, you could do all the right things at the wrong time and ground us. He cannot do that. He has to think in the bigger picture. And I do trust his judgment at this precarious moment. That's why we elected him.
Right. But you're saying who's Elon Musk? Elon Musk was like a liberal god at one point, right? And then we kind of like intercepted him. I don't know what the hell happened. We brought him onto our team. He's still
hold on a second.
Hold on. He has 220 million followers. I'm looking at it right now on X. This guy has a huge voice. So if he's coming out against Trump, that's really all he needs to do to have some kind of effect here, because he could turn a lot of people on Trump. Could he be working back for the dark side? I guess you could say. That's all I'm saying. I mean, to go against, he's just stick to his own business and just exit. He did his part with Doge. Go back to the Tesla thing, but now he's being a voice against Trump. That's a little concerning, Juanito.
Well, he picked up Twitter that became X and all that stuff because of some work that was done, by the way, on behalf of the J6ers, and they didn't know about it at the 1-year anniversary, and we exposed what was going on with the bots that gave him an inroad to come in and do what he did to buy it. Here's the thing. Elon, my opinion, is in the same category as Zuckerberg. Zuckerberg didn't create what became Facebook. It was called LifeLog over at DARPA. It cost $500 million to create it. It took the entire weight, force, mechanics of the DARPA system to create it. If you tried to create it outside of the DARPA system, it probably would have cost you $5 billion, not $500 million to create it. And it was actually a very specific program. It got funded. There was a write-up proposal, and then it was approved and funded $100 million a year for 5 years to create the basis for a social media platform. And the person who had the source code on down there in Florida got ripped off. Still, would love to make a claim, probably should do it during this administration. But it was a military operation, an intelligence agency operation to create Facebook, because we needed to own that communications high ground out into the future. And it was decided to do this. The programs that Musk capitalized on and the tax incentives that were provided to Tesla allowed him to become who he was, the moving of our space program from a government side to the privateering. That was done with politicians and military and DARPA and everybody all involved. My opinion, Elon is as much a creation of the DARPA system as Zuckerberg is. With that in mind, in a captured operation, he and the people around him were brought in and picked a team that they thought was the team they wanted to survive with the Trump group. And they came in and they've done a great job. Look, they did a fantastic job. If now that time is starting to pass and we have what we needed to get through that moment, if he wants to go wonky or whatever, so be it. The team got the job done. And it wasn't just Elon. It was the team around Elon that came in and got us to a certain point. The facts are the facts. The details are the details. Elon didn't, create USAID. They just went in and helped to identify a lot of those problems that were in there, and that allowed Trump then to act on it with some knowledge. He has a different opinion. Trump, that's part of the genius of Trump. He will get people, get what they have out of them, and keep moving, and not just sit there and try to institutionalize every last aspect.
I get what you're saying, but Elon could really be a pain in the ass right now. Like this could be.
You know what?
He's going to come out against everything Trump does. That could be a fucking.
No, I don't think he will. But even if he does, you know what? That's the beauty of the American system. That we do need to have a conversation. I don't care if it's Trump. I don't care, what righteous angel shows up. If they decide to take us off course, I want somebody to dive in. What if a doppelganger takes over Trump's body? They put in a false person. Space aliens come to it. He starts acting completely crazy. I want to have checks and balances. I don't think that's going to happen, but that's part of the whole point. On principle, I want the principles to be what governs America, and not just individuals. The Constitution in play. So if Trump does deviate, having people like Elon available to, at least be a voice for another way of looking at stuff, I think that's probably healthy, and that people are following Elon and his criticisms. They were looking at it. They were talking about these things. They're getting advice from their people too. If he's got a strong opinion, I'd rather hear it. I don't want him to shut up. I don't want him shut up. I want to be able to hear what he has to say and kind of weigh it out. I would hope that he would have the grace to say it in a way that is respectful and productive. But I want our people to be able to have these important conversations, because there's a lot of ways to slice this cake, and we're in a crisis moment. I want to, in an abundance of advisors, counselors, there is safety, so that people have different perspectives and viewpoints. Okay, Elon sees it from a budget side. Has he considered all the other stuff? I was just going over something with a friend of mine, a Harvard Business School graduate, back to his schooling in the late 80s. And one of the key things in the overview of the class from the outset, in the guidelines for what the class was going to teach Harvard Business School students in their 4-year degree, was the interrelationship of the rules and norms of different states and cultures, where just one culture, one nation state cannot be looked isolated. You had to see all of them and the interplay to see how policy actually works and how leaders have to make decisions. Elon may have a perspective, but Trump probably has a broader perspective, and he has to balance things into the equations that aren't necessarily in Elon's equations. So if Elon has a different perspective, 2028, he's welcome to run for president. In the meantime, Trump is president. He has the, ball and makes the decisions with a bigger picture in mind. And I trust Trump's judgment.
I agree with you, but I'm just going to be watching Elon. I've never really trusted him from the very beginning. I've always been kind of, I don't know. I've kind of been iffy about him the whole time, more than iffy. I think he showed himself.
Well, again, he's the creation of the machine. He would not be here if the machine hadn't tilted the table to give him the advantage on the electric vehicles with sales tax or with tax write-offs, etc. The machines are not cost effective compared to other fuels, except for the tax advantages, etc.
But
and
his
business
on a
incentives.
spiritual level, his family's involved in the occult.
Well,
to me, he's
again,
having a massive spiritual battle internally, and I think he's being pulled in different directions. And I think,
well, hold on a second. Now,
go into
hold
the
on.
dark side. You know,
Look, I was talking with somebody a while back, a very, very famous family member, and we had to have a conversation. And this person said to me, "Look, if you're wanting to talk about the family dynamics or somebody else in the family, I don't want to talk about it because I can't be responsible for what they're saying. And they're all famous. Everybody knows them. And they're like, I can't, that they have an opinion is their opinion. I don't tell them what to think." And that's similar. I'm not going to hold other family members against people that are high profile people. They, everybody's got to, live or die for their own sins, whatever. And I will tell you this, I think that Elon made critical choices that were wise to decide to engage and kiss up.
I'm not saying that, but I'm saying, damn well that dark spiritual side that he comes from is pulling him back into the darkness. I'm talking about this on a spiritual level. He may have come back, he may have saw the light, came to our side for a bit, but he's constantly getting pulled. And
well, I don't know that I know any of that. I know that he's a human. Okay. I know he's a human, and we all, have stuff pull on us all the time. That's why, for example, Trump himself, does he get hit with a ray gun and his brain goes screwy and goes off in some weird direction? The demons jump on him and finally prevail. We are in a dynamic situation across the world. That's why we're not a nation of men all making their own decisions. And I'm not putting my trust and reliance in men. We have a constitution. We have certain baselines that we agree to come together in society based on those types of agreements. And as long as people are working within the Constitution, the agreements, then we at least have a basis for interaction and working. And that's the starting place. And, for example, you talk about spiritual. I got people that talk wonky stuff, that are very good friends, but some of it is not stuff that I would at all agree with. They're spiritual people, but their perception of, heaven and lifetimes and like that are not the things that I agree with. They're friends. We can have the conversation. Am I going to not have them in relationships? No, we talk about spiritual things. They get into the certain directions. I don't even want to, articulate it precisely, but we have other things that we're in agreement about how the country should protect the rights of people to, have opinions and thoughts, and their rights end where my rights begin, and vice versa. You get into spiritual stuff, and that's like sacred ground. That's God talking to a person. I'm not going to come between, and I have no desire to come between a person and God. They need to deal with God themselves directly and what he teaches them. But the nation, we all have to live here. Where we go one, we go all. So there's certain areas where we all got to be able to get along, and that make it possible to live free and have an opinion. You got different churches We're not all Presbyterians. We're not all Catholics. We're not all Pentecostals. We have, minute differences. That's the beauty of having a free country where we can do that. And you don't got to go bomb the other guy's church just because he believes in, sprinkling as opposed to full immersion baptism. Okay. There's room for us all to have our thoughts and opinions and, between us and God, and don't get in my way. Let Elon, look, Elon's gonna, have to go through gyrations. Think about it this way. Just like he said, he is new to the conservative side of the movement, if you will. He's still finding his sea legs. Let him have a little room to grow. He's still growing up, okay? Yeah. And by the way, if there's other issues, and he's wonky in his thoughts for some reason, he'll have to work those out. Who knows that his being wonky in his thoughts isn't part of the reason that maybe it's not Elon moving away, it's Trump being a little bit thorny and pushing him away, because at this point he's served a purpose and now he's kind of having to move on. He's kind of going screwy. Okay, power does things, even influence. Power of influence does things to people. And Elon may be more screwed up at this point in time just because he got a head of wind within our movement. Okay, well, move back in the bus a little bit, stay out of the way, and let us move on. We've got huge fish to fry, and Elon isn't driving the bus. Trump's driving the bus.
I'm just saying he could be a thorn on his side, and that's all I'll say from here. I mean, that's
well,
it.
if he is, he is. Okay. Did Paul in the Bible die because of the thorn in his side? No, he had a thorn. It was an irritant. It was somebody that was being a problem to him. He still got the work done. And sometimes when you got a thorn in the side, you do a better job. It makes you sharper. You're a little bit more intense. Why? Because you're constantly irritated. It keeps your attention level up. It's not pleasant, but we're in a very thorny moment. So Trump's got a lot of thorns in the side. He's a tough cookie. He'll do fine. And we as a nation, again, if I got somebody who's got a difference of opinion, wants to verbalize it, maybe got to slow down and think about what he's saying. And maybe he helps us steer the budget a little bit one way or another that does in fact help us. There's no perfect people involved here. Trump's budget and adjustments he might make because of certain political, parts of the equation, maybe Trump's not right on some of it. And something Elon does helps us to get closer to the right end result answer. It might not be what anybody wants precisely, but you don't always get what you want. Sometimes you get what you need, though, and this might be one of them.
The Rolling Stones.
That ended kind of quick, didn't it? For more Juan and Nino, of course, subscribe to David Nino Rodriguez on both YouTube and Rumble. He's also on Telegram and X. So, what he's saying there and said before is that Elon was allowed to operate because basically of DARPA, just like LifeLog and Facebook turning into Facebook or whatever. Controlled by DARPA, allowed to operate, given over to Mark Zuckerberg. So in a sense, yes, he was a bad guy. Is he a good guy now? Maybe. Or that's not Elon Musk, which is the opinion that I'm of, frankly. So there's that. Let's move on now. Got some more stuff I want to look at tonight. Before we move on to our next patriot, whom you guys will get to choose from again, I want to look at this stuff about Barack Obama and see if it's something that's actually going somewhere or not. The stuff tied into the Diddy trial. And this is not a long video.
For years, we've warned you. The adrenochrome trade doesn't just prey on the innocent, it feeds on them. Now, damning documents obtained by Judicial Watch have cracked the case wide open, exposing how officials from the Obama and Biden administrations played a direct role in one of the darkest industries imaginable. We're talking federal contracts, sales receipts, names, dates and dollar amounts, all tied to the harvesting of young children and the trafficking of unborn lives. And if that wasn't disturbing enough, we've got undercover footage, candid moments, powerful people laughing, bragging about the riches this horror show has brought them, the mansions, the sports cars, the blood money. Still think this is just a conspiracy theory? Stay with us. What you're about to hear isn't speculation, it's evidence. Before we dive in, join the TPV free speech community over on Soju. Soju is a digital space where ideas and information can take place without any annoying algorithms or restrictive rules getting in the way of free expression. What you're about to see is stone cold proof. Not rumours, not speculation, official government documents. Released through federal court orders, reluctantly confirming the unthinkable. This isn't about medicine, this is about money, power, control. A supply chain of the unborn, feeding a multi-billion-dollar adrenochrome industry with federal approval. And all roads lead back to Obama.
As the president of Judicial Watch, can you comment on reports of records that you have received from the Obama administration, FDA, the Food and Drug Administration, of communications and contracts with a human fetal tissue provider that seems to show the FDA was buying, quote, intact calvarium baby skulls, 18 to 24 weeks, for $515 per skull? What do you make of this apparent sale of fetal body parts to the FDA?
Well, it ought to cause both moral and legal outrage on the part of United States citizens and taxpayers, that their tax dollars are being used to purchase basically the dead bodies of unborn human beings. They divvy up their bodies, they sell their heads, they sell their livers, they sell other aspects of their body, and you see the price list.
Evidence this damning doesn't call for a press release, it demands prosecution, indictments, public trials. Chillingly, the evidence suggests the organs were harvested while the aborted infants were still alive, raising grave questions about the true nature of these procedures.
The documents raise questions about whether the aborted human beings were still alive when the organs were taken from them. The Obama administration obviously was involved in this. The Trump administration figured out what was happening and shut it down.
The elite have been sacrificing children as part of ancient pagan rituals for centuries, and the global elite are still caught up in this evil, using adrenochrome as part of depraved occult rituals to get high and stay young. The elite only have...
It's disturbing. We actually looked at that story the other day with Tom Fitton. Those receipts are pretty real looking. I have a feeling we just don't even have a clue. It's gonna come, though. It's coming. I could see Obama and Clinton being arrested. Sheila Holmes has brought us information before that no one else could really know, like very interesting stuff. And she even told us once that we had tried to take America back before in the past. I'm interested to see what she has to say in her newest interview. So I thought we'd take a look at that and see if it's any good.
Hey everybody, Dr. Mary Crowley for Now Is the Time. I'm here with Sheila Hol, and we're really excited. She's got a lot of breaking intel, but also her new book that she's been working on for over 2 years, 2.5 years, is finally being released. And she's going to be at my Open the Heavens event this coming Friday and Saturday, June 6th and 7th in Orange County at Harbor Light Church. It's going to be an amazing time. She's going to be speaking Saturday in the morning on June 7th. So we'll be talking about that later, but you're going to want to register for free, or you can get your VIP ticket for only $77. But today's program is sponsored by another patriot, Mike Lindell, MyPillow. Let's roll that commercial, please.
You're still looking good.
I'm still feeling good. I've got all your MyPillow products. Mattress topper, bed sheets, MyPillows, towels, slippers, blankets.
I'm interrupting this commercial to do something I've never done before. Get 2 MyPillows absolutely free on orders of $100 or more. I can't do this forever, so get on board with this great sale today. Our best-selling 6-piece bath towel sets or kitchen towel sets, just $29.98. Our famous standard MyPillows, only $14.98. Queens, $18.98. King size, only $1 more. Body pillows, $29.98. Multi-use MyPillow 2.0s with pillowcase, $9.98. Save $40 on our Spring Percale and Giza Dream bedsheet sets. Any size, any color. So go to MyPillow.com or call that number on your screen. Use your promo code to save up to 80% on all MyPillow products. And when you spend $100 or more, get 2 standard MyPillows absolutely free.
Wow, I want to get MyPillows. Anyway, if you go to mypillow.com, put in my promo code Mary, M-E-R-I, right in the middle of America, and you'll get even a more significant discount. So it'll bless him, bless me, it will bless you. So mypillow.com, put in my promo code Mary, M-E-R-I. So anyway, Sheila, good to see you. I know you're. Good to see you. Yeah, I know. I'm not in my normal studio. I'm down in Orange County getting ready for the event tomorrow. And tomorrow actually is D-Day, 44, in 1944, they stormed the beaches of Normandy. And, I guess they say we won the war, but a lot of people say we really didn't win World War II. They just kind of went underground and went to other ports of the planet. But anyway, that's another subject for another day. But anyway, Sheila, you've got your new book is out, and there's been some breaking news that's been happening the last few days. So, and I know you just drove 2.5 days across country. So how are you?
I'm catching up. There's just a lot. The book took a lot. When you do that kind of research and it's a lot of it's new. A lot of it's new for me. I thought I was going to be emphasizing what he's done for me and where he's taken me. He added a whole bunch of new things. I'm just trying to bring up the intro video. I'm going to try and see, because it's not bringing it up as a video file. And that is the issue that I'm dealing with. So I've saved it. It's on my desktop, and it won't bring up the link as a video file. And so that's what Present wants. And that's, so I don't know, maybe I share screen and then share. I'm trying, because I'm new to all this.
Right. Let's StreamYard. Normally, yeah. So, yeah, okay. I think we're going to have to roll without it, just because we're live here right now. And
yeah, you were telling them about all the sixes regarding your event coming up and why it's on the 6th. And so
well,
if you
a lot
want to go ahead and
actually, I'm working. Actually, we have Destiny Film Studios here in Southern California. I just launched it last year. But Lonnie Frisbee, the movie that I've been working on for a number of years called The Prodigal. I know the Jesus Revolution movie came out a few years ago, but that was really more of the Great Glory story. This one is really called The Prodigal, and it's about Lonnie. Lonnie Frisbee was actually born on D-Day, on June 6th, 5 years after D-Day. And so when they stormed the beaches of Normandy, it was a significant event. And, sometimes it only takes one person that can make a difference. And that day on that beach, Norm Dutch Coda, literally when he got off the boat, he saw the men were deer in the headlights. There was a lot of death all over the beaches and the water. And he knew as a leader that he had to run across that beach. He had a cigar in his mouth. He ran up to the men. He said, men, we have to take that hill. And that's where we're at right now, Sheila. We have to take that hill. And sometimes just going to be a couple people that are going to be the ones leading the charge, but we're leading the charge. And people, if you're watching and you think we've won the war because we got President Trump in, that's far from the truth. We have a man in the White House that is backing the Patriots and is trying to do as much as he can, but he's not God, he's not Jesus, and he's not he's not perfect. And so, but he's, at least we've closed the borders. There's a number of good things that are happening, but we're kind of still at the beginning of the war, don't you think, Sheila?
Yes, it's up to us now. It's absolutely up to us. So,
yeah, and it takes the people, it takes leadership, and that's what President Trump is. He's a leader, and he's the one leading the charge. And, some of you might not like the way he's doing it, and that's fine. There's strategies that many leaders have that you don't understand what they're doing behind the scenes. But anyway, so right now, God has, brought you forth. He's brought me, and, Juana Savin, a number of people around, that have stood up. Even, Sheila, May 2nd, 2020, I woke up 5 years ago, and I heard the Lord say to me, we won't shut up until you open the heavens. And he told me to do 7 baptisms along the Western Seaboard, which we did. And the first baptism was at Pirates Cove, May 30th, 2020. And then in 2023, he told me to do these Open the Heavens, like God Arise events, which the first Open the Heavens was at Mount Rushmore. It was at the Mount Rushmore Monument Fine Arts Theater on 444 Mount Rushmore Boulevard. And, I don't think you were at that one, but you were at least 3 of them. You've been at 3 of them. But now the next Open the Heavens, the 6th one, is going to be coming up tomorrow night, Friday, June 6th, starting at 6:30, and Saturday morning from 10 to 1, and then at the evening service from 5:30 to 9. So it's going to be a significant event because we're literally putting a stake in the ground, and we're saying not on our watch. And we're opening the heavens. We're dealing with a spiritual battle in the heavenly places. And that's what we're doing. We're literally opening the heavens and taking back the areas that the enemy has tried to take. So anyway, Sheila, you've been all over the country. You've been, for the last, 5 years, you've been traveling.
Mary, it looks like it's going to share. I just need to find out if this is going to share or close it. So let me try this. It says it's sharing on StreamYard. Do you guys see it on StreamYard?
Here, let me add the stage. There it is.
But I do ask every publisher, every editor, and every newsman in the nation to examine his own standards and to recognize the nature of our country's peril. In time of war, the government and the press have customarily joined in an effort based largely on self-discipline to prevent unauthorized disclosures to the enemy. In times of clear and present danger, the courts have held that even the privileged rights of the First Amendment must yield to the public's need for national security. The Today, no this kind of attack, as well as outright invasion. For the facts of the matter are that this nation's foes have openly boasted of acquiring through our newspapers information they would otherwise hire agents to acquire through theft, bribery, or espionage. The details of this nation's covert preparations to counter the enemy's covert operations have been available to every newspaper reader, friend and foe alike. That the size, the strength, the location, and the nature of our forces and weapons, and our plans and strategy for their use, have all been pinpointed in the press and other news media to a degree sufficient to satisfy any foreign power, and that in at least one case, the publication of details concerning a secret mechanism whereby satellites were followed required its alteration at the expense of considerable time and money. The newspapers which printed these stories were loyal, patriotic, responsible, and well-meaning. Had we been engaged in open warfare, they undoubtedly would not have published such items. But in the absence of open warfare, they recognized only the test of journalism and not the test of national security. And my question tonight is whether additional tests should not now be adopted. That question is for you alone to answer. No public official should answer it for you. No governmental plan should impose its restraints against your will. But I would be failing in my duty to the nation, considering all of the responsibilities that we now bear and all of the means at hand to meet those responsibilities, if I did not commend this problem to your attention and urge its thoughtful consideration. No clear public scrutiny of his program, for from that scrutiny comes understanding, and from that understanding comes support or opposition, and both are necessary.
Father prompted Sheila to write books regarding everything he reveals to her. Sheila completed 12 books in 3 years. She thought her time of research in Georgia was complete. However, she was wrong. Sheila was prompted by the Father to prepare PowerPoint presentations to reveal truth, to inform and to warn.
Wow. That was amazing.
That is, you know, Matt Struck, right? And Matt did all of the 2024 campaign videos for the president. And so he called me a couple of weeks before this came out. All this happened in 7 days. And so he asked for some pictures. So the first two little pictures are little black and whites. And he animated them and AI'd them, and he picked up my characteristics and my demeanor. It was amazing to see it, Mary. It was just like I was going back in time and seeing myself that age, because they were just flat little, the first one was a little 2x4, picture that, had the crimpled edges, in black and white, and just a flat little picture. So what he was able to do with the pictures, and he just wanted some documents and some pictures. And the one in the blue dress is when I was doing all the corporate stuff. And then I had a black tuxedo, but he couldn't get the tuxedo jacket look on the AI to get movement. And so he has something completely different. But it's my pictures animated and twisted and turned, and me moving, and, and putting it all together. And to do this in 7 days, he said, "What's your favorite? Do you remember the one when the president was coming out through the arch at Mar-a-Lago and all the black cars come out and then they're coming around the curve to go to the jet airport? And as they're doing that, there's a Reagan speech." I said, "That's the most powerful thing." He did all this, Mary, and never knew. You know me because you heard me do the Kennedy speech out of paragraph 23 of April 1961, when he was talking to the press saying, "We got to clean this up. We got to make sure we're protecting the people and protecting our information. We're in clear and present danger. If you're wondering when it's going to happen, it's already here." Do you know what I mean? And so it was so powerful that he added from paragraph 20, he didn't know it was the same speech. So I was able to give him a better audio. And right now we're just putting audio on the whole thing. And when you get to the very end, the word invasion is the last word. And it is straight out of his 1961 speech, and it matches exactly the speech that I used, and he didn't even know. But that's who Matt is. He did a lot of the stuff on the pardon of innocence for Flynn. He was traveling with Flynn on the Flynn movie. He said, "I kept wanting to do an introductory video for you because I found you interesting." Now, this is what's crazy. The new book, you put the cover up last night when we were on your program. The cover of the new book it's a 500-page book. So I sent him the PDF copy. He read half of it on Monday. And I said, "Are you going to take some rest?" He said, "I don't want to." He said, "I thought I knew you." And then he read the other half the very next day. So he read 500 pages in 2 days. And he said, I'm compelled to do this. And he completed all of this, put it all together, had it all organized, and everything was done in 7 days.
Well, the Lord is revealing truth. And, even Jesus said, "You'll know the truth, and the truth will make you free." He's coming to set the captives free. Isaiah 61, the first thing Jesus did when he entered ministry, the first scriptures he used was, good news to the poor, the opening of the prison to those who are bound, to proclaim and declare the acceptable year of the Lord. And so that's what we're doing. We're taking the kingdom back from the kingdom of darkness. And it says, "In the kingdoms of this world shall now become the kingdoms of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ." And so, we've been in a war, Sheila, let's do a recap. There's many people, that will be listening to this podcast. And, when COVID happened, of course, in 2020, we're both from California, but you've been in Georgia most of the time, but we were the first state that shut down. And, we were the first state that shut down. So, the war, California has many of the moves of God that have happened here. We're taking California back. And so give a little recap. Even I know you did a lot on the Georgia Guidestones, Sheila, and kind of give a little, people know, but sometimes it's good to kind of see where we've come from to now know where God is bringing us and where we're going. But we have to be the ones that do it. It's not going to be God coming and doing it. We, the people, have to be the ones to take action.
Well, and it's all up to us. That's why back in 2017, he said, "I'm giving the power back to the people." That's why even the military turned, and everybody's like, "Oh, that looked really weird when they all turned." They even turned because it's been controlled by above us. And that was all a flip the switch on us. It's all a lie. And so, and the gift you mentioned, COVID, that devotional, A Warrior's Battlefield Strategy, in the video, he put it on a targeting range. That is a firing range where he's got that, because that's where we were. And It came out days before the lockdown, and none of us knew there was going to be a lockdown. Remember, 15 days. But anyway, that was in 2020. But yes, all of this has been gearing up for this. The first trilogy was so urgent in 2014. He said, my people have to know how to and stay in faith with me, function in the storehouse principle, which is a blessing cycle, one unto another. That's who we are to be for each other, because we're his representatives here helping people. And that's why they said in ancient times, who is this God who blesses you so much? You know what I mean? Because they live in the other kingdom. And so that was so urgent in 2014 that there were 5 books done in 2014. There were 6 books done in 2016, 15. And
well, you're talking about books that you wrote. That's all they gave
yeah,
you.
it was just urgent. Just get this out, get this out, get this out, get this out, like that. And I kept thinking with every book, it was the last one in Georgia. In fact, when I did the book series, I thought book 5 was the last one. And I think I even said it on the program. I've gone so deep now, and then boom, right after that, I'm targeted. You know what I mean? So I thought, okay, I've gone as deep as I want to go. I'm not doing this again. And now 6 and 7 are coming out. So, but it's prepare, educate, find out, because they took us over before we became a nation. And we didn't even realize, and we don't realize how we're compromising. And I was on and we talked about this book and how God flipped it from forward to backward. And it's because until you realize how bad it is right now, and that's the end of it, because they were ready to take us into the world courts. That's what the Panama Canal was about. You have to internationalize it. So in this research process with him, I'm not summarizing for people how serious it is. What I'm doing is revealing that everything they've done is to destroy our family from every single layer, every single angle. Because if you divide and conquer the family structure, and everybody starts living according to the world structure where I'm independent. Look at all these. What are these TV commercials of insurance companies telling you, oh, don't be like your parents. You're doing that like your parents. Stop doing what your parents do. You know what I mean? So instead of passing the truth on to the generations, they want everybody independent, everybody learning from them. That's part of the programming and indoctrination.
Well, and that's what happened, Sheila, in the movie, The Prodigal. What they did in the 60s, that was by design. In fact, many of the rock stars, like Jim Morrison, his father was the admiral in the Bay of Tonkin with the first flag with Vietnam. Frank Zappa's father was in the military-industrial complex. The whole LSD with Timothy Leary. It was legal at one time, and Timothy Leary was a guru that they used to tune in, tune on, and drop out. And so they said, don't trust anybody over 30. So the same thing they were doing back in the 60s, which I wasn't even, a little tiny kid, but you know what I mean? They're doing the same thing now. The devil does the same playbook.
Well, they can't change. Human wisdom is limited. So that's the difference for us, is that we're not limited, we're eternal. And that's why the title of the book was going to be Save America. That's what it was going to be. And then the president took his fight picture and comes out with a beautiful book last year, Save America. And when I was at Mar-a-Lago in November, I got an autographed copy. I was just so honored because I already had a copy. I bought a copy. But I said, my God, it ruined it. Now I can't do the book because I don't have the title anymore. And he said, I got a better title for you. And how powerful is it? An eternal plan always trumps a human plan. And that's what Covfefe is. It doesn't matter. You can kill believers day and night. They know where they're going. You can destroy us. And that's what the FBI asked me, in 2012. They just said, we just want to know, how are you coming through all this and not committing suicide? And I said, it's God. It's an easy answer. But how many more are left in the way? And they wouldn't answer.
You were targeted by some type of energy weapon or something, that a lot of the people in that particular gathering, many of them passed away. You were one of the only ones that survived, correct?
Well, there were 6 that were hit so hard. The 6 speakers. The one that I knew the best was Presley Stutz. He had so many pictures with the president and General Flynn. He could have wallpapered his office. Powerful guy, 30 years a chaplain in the Navy, commander, just an amazing, amazing guy. But all 5 of those went to the hospital and were all killed in the hospital. And I'm serious about that.
Too died, right? Russ Dizdar and his wife.
Well, our guys, we were hit in July. They died in August. September, Prophet Von Clark was hit and he died. Ronnie Williamson, his wife was really sick, still has some issues, but Ronnie was hit so hard, he's gone. And those were deaths in September, October, and then come into Rob Skiba, Flat Earth. He died October 14th. October 17th was Russ Dizdar, and his wife was hit so hard, she died November 4. A lot of the spouses were hit, but weren't hit as hard. And so, but we lost.
What were they using? An energy weapon, direct energy weapon?
Several. There's some drone hits that, but yeah, it comes back to EMF and DEW, direct energy weapons, and electromagnetic. Because when I was hit from the side, they felt that was a heavy duty EMF. But whether it was done by drone or not, remote, you don't see what they're doing to you, because everybody said Lynn Wood should have found somebody and prosecuted them. How do you find them? Because the symptoms increase. That was in my PowerPoint I did on the bioweapon targeting. But because I lived, we found the patent. And it came out, it was approved by our U.S. Patent Office on January 10, 2017, because she lost. And then on January 11, Fauci's saying, you know, this is, there's going to be a devastating illness that this new president is going to be dealing with soon. Well, it was already happening in 2019. I mean, it was already happening by 2019. That's why it was numbered 19. And if you think back, October, November, December, look how many people were sick on the West Coast. It had already come into the West Coast by then. And so, but we didn't know what it was. But now we were hit in South Carolina at Lynn Wood's plantation event, Cotton Hall Plantation. And so when we were hit, it was brand new. Nobody knew what was happening in July of 21. And so it was such a shock to people. But you end up with a sore throat. I mean, it took 12 days. But the morning of the 12th day, you have no energy, you have no strength, you have no voice, and my hair was falling out. So I ended up with no voice. Voice was gone, energy, strength gone, hair going, gone. Those first 12 days, you don't know. So for a lot of people, how do you go back and do it? Well, then they started hitting people harder. There's a video out on Russ Dizdar, because he was doing the 7 layers of Luciferianism conferences. And so he was hit. You could see he was hit and he was reacting to it. I mean, he was moving right at the podium. And when he got the second hit, that was the most severe. But I believe he and Rob Skiba were at the same event and they died 3 days apart. So, but the hit was so obvious and so strong that you can see Russ reacting to it. But they didn't know what was happening, and they didn't know why he was doing that, and he doesn't know, because you don't have those symptoms right away. You don't have evidence of what's going on. And I love Presley Stutz, and he said, you know what, Sheila, just let's go to the hospital and get pampered a little. You know, you work so hard. And I said, I wouldn't go to a hospital if I had a broken bone. He said, where would you go? And I said, a surgery center. See, I had a medical legal corporation in California, and that's what's in this video. And when they destroyed me, my mom said, you need to clean it up or come back to Nebraska. And I'm like, God, we got to clean this up. I'm not going back to Nebraska after living in San Diego. And then boom, having no idea the depth of the corruption and fraud and evil. So, but the path, and I never would have believed that I would have known so much about the legal industry through all of this, or about what's happening in the underbelly of the credit bureau system and the Social Security system. And all these things that I learned, Mary, all have helped me now. And you see all of this in the new book. And everybody wanted 6 and 7. And I said, I can't do 6 and 7. And I can't do second edition Nation Restoration, because this book is all inclusive of all of it. And I was so frustrated that it was so many pages. It was over 400 pages. And then God wanted the personal letter that added another 100 pages. So it's now 500 pages. And I said, God, it's just too much. And I was doing so much judging of myself, and I didn't even realize it, because I thought I've already been sharing what you've given me. And I thought this book was going to be, if you just do what he has already shown me. But he said, I took you this far. But if we're going to improve this current generation and wake them up, and they're going to pass it on to the 3rd and 4th generation, then Sheila, I have to give you the roots of this. and the roots of how they've done this to us without us realizing who we are, because we don't realize we're Hebrew Israelites. We don't realize that they had to move all the Native American Indians off their land and away from all of the settlers, the new people coming in, because you got to infiltrate and remove who's here and knows the truth. Everything from beginning of time, we're going all the way back to the garden and what our guys are doing right now. And in doing all that cleanup, we have to be ready as we the people. We have to educate.
Just interjecting on the First Nations, Lonnie Frisbee, the radical hippie from the Jesus movement, he was molested at 8 by a 17-year-old boy babysitter, tried to tell his mom and dad in 1957. They didn't believe him, and they continued to let this kid molest him, the 17-year-old. The reason I bring it up, Lonnie came away from it. He really did. And but he struggled with his identity, because what they're after, Sheila, as you know, is our identity. And it's our identity and who we are in the kingdom with the Father and, and with God. And so they take our identity. But Lonnie Frisbee's father was 100% Cherokee. And he got his impartation on First Nations land. But at the end of his life, he contracted HIV. And you know what they gave him? They gave him AZT. They gave a lot of the people that had, HIV, they gave them AZT, which is the Fauci protocol. I was with Dr. Judy Mikovich and Louis Herms, a couple days ago. And that's what they all died from, AZT poisoning. It wasn't HIV. And the whole AIDS and all that. But why I bring up the molestation is because they took these First Nations kids and they put them in these residential schools. I've talked to some people that were in these residential schools, not only in America, but in Canada. And they molested them often at night. They indoctrinated them. They couldn't speak their language anymore. You know what I mean? They totally took away their identity. And so your book, that the Father had you right now, is literally going back in the history of where we've been, but where, explain like where we're going. God is giving us a blueprint of kind of what has happened, but where we're going as the Father, right? Mm-hmm. That's why I wanted to bring up about the First Nations.
Mm-hmm. Well, and it's so true. And the Cherokee living on bases is big deal. I met a gentleman in 2007, right before I was sent to Malaysia and China. And that man was Cherokee. And he was prompted to call me to tell me he had to live as a ghost. And what they did was they had the Cherokee families that were top level. And Cherokee and Iroquois are of the Issachar line. Dr. Mikovits is a Cherokee. And she understands all of this, but she didn't know she was of the 9th son of Jacob, Israel. So we've had major conversations, but she does know there's no difference. And let me bring me back to this, because when you mentioned HIV, it has the same roots as Lyme. All of this is being weaponized on us. HIV was weaponized on us. Lyme was weaponized on us. And they say that it's a mosquito. They say it's a tick. They say it's a bat. They say it's a monkey. They say all this stuff that they say. They're making all this stuff in labs. I mean, all of this has been done to us for centuries. It's no different now, but we brought all these people here after World War II, and they've been doing it all here on our land. And so a lot of these bioweapon areas are right on our land here in America, on bases. And the DOD is
talking about when they brought them here. You're talking about the Nazis within the CIA with the MKUltra program, the NASA programs, a number of these programs that were brought here.
Mm-hmm. And God had me explain in this book, it's in the FBI chapter, which is point 35 of the 45 points is the FBI. And the FBI CIA was all made up. Did you know that all the special agents of the FBI were, all that structure was done by Charles Joseph Bonaparte, who's the great nephew of the self-declared Emperor of France, Napoleon Bonaparte. They all came here and set everything up. We had no idea. And I was just meeting with Joe Flynn was in DC when I was in DC, not for my meeting, not to stay at the hotel we all stayed at for security reasons. He wasn't involved in any of it. He just happened to be in the restaurant, and we had been texting for 3 weeks, and boom, there he was. So we got a chance to talk, because what Bonaparte did, this is what Flynn tried to do with the America Project. Napoleon Bonaparte's great nephew came to America and was the Secretary of the Navy. Then he was our Attorney General. He put in the special agents that became the FBI, put that whole structure in. That's why they're arresting Americans, not illegals. And I proved that. God had me do all the setup phases of all of this in that chapter on the FBI. And then he had me go into the CIA, and the CIA ended up starting the MK Ultra with something called Bluebird. Tweet, the little blue bird.
Yeah.
We paid them tens of thousands of dollars back in, which ended up being almost $1 million in today's money, in 1950 to set up Bluebird. And Bluebird went to a progression, and the third level of it was MK Ultra. But back to what Bonaparte did with the structuring, he started this simple little thing called the National Municipality League. How many of you are in communities that say that this is your own municipality? This is all set up as how they set it up in Europe, and we haven't turned it back around to be a we the people structure. And so he set that up in 1894, and in 1986, they said they revised it. All they did was change a word. It's now the National Civic League. So what is this? It's how to structure a village, a town, a city, a county, a state. And that's why most of our states don't have state constitutions, because they were already flipping us to a federal, like a monarchy structure of the rulership. And then the ones who are in these secret organizations are the only ones that can get the positions. So what was the main purpose of it beyond the structure? They have a merit-based system to select all public officials. So are you wondering why your people you're trying to get in positions can't get in positions? Because it's all done in the secret. It's all done in the private. And they're all making these decisions without us. And so I was trying to get this book to Joe. So then he just grabbed Joe Flynn. He just grabbed my phone, put his address in. So he got the book Tuesday. And Flynn has the book because this is what we're up against. And that's why this book, the 45 points, take you layer by layer by layer. And when you're destroying a family structure and you're knowingly doing it, that's what treason is. When you knowingly...
Well, let's go back to the 45 points. You talk about at the book, in the beginning of the book, the 45 points that they use to destroy a nation. Explain that, because we talked about that last night. You didn't talk about that on this show today.
Okay. So Todd Callender, an international attorney, and I think you know him, Mary, but
Yes.
If you don't, we'll get you connected. But he's an international attorney, and we were in communication a lot about all of the things happening medically, because I found that patent that they developed this bioweapon to kill us. And because I knew the layers. And so by finding the layers, but our U.S. Patent Office did this. And so I met Todd. We were on all these conference Zooms. We were on all these email threads. That's what was happening just again and again and again. And all of a sudden, 2.5 years ago, he hands me a piece of paper. And it's the 45 points read into our congressional record. How to destroy a nation without them knowing it. And it's been used in every nation around the world. That's why they all end up bankrupt. They all end up with the families in disarray. They all end up with people not being loyal or able to trust anyone. That's exactly where America is. We're not trusting each other. We're not trusting our neighbors. We didn't even know what people thought until we had COVID. The one thing COVID did for us, it proved to you your family doesn't think like you do. The people sitting in the pew don't think like you do. The people in the restaurants don't think like you do, because everybody started saying what they thought instead of being silent. So the silent majority became awake, but we didn't know how disenfranchised we were. So when I saw those 45 points, I had just sent my initial research to the key people involved with me during this whole thing. Juan O'Savin is one of them. General Flynn is one of them. And so some people on a military Zoom that I was involved in, the people that I personally connected with, because I don't communicate with everybody, only who God says to communicate with. Those people have been in communication with me this whole time going through these 45 points. And the miraculous thing was, when you did your event in Chicago, August 18 and 19 of 23, our military globally, for the first time ever in the history of the world, had just done 10 days of exercises, the 8th to your date, the 18th. And so all of that had just happened. I had just given the information in July to the top people. I don't know which one gave it to the president, but when I left your event, I had to quickly, remember, I couldn't even go to church with you guys and say I couldn't do anything. I had to go. I had to get to Reawaken in Vegas by Wednesday, and it was Sunday afternoon when I left, and I had to be there. So I got there by Wednesday noon, and then they moved the dinner for the Andrew magazine to Thursday, and I go, God, what's going on? And but on the trip, I said, you know what, God, I'm going to put scriptures with each of these. I'm going to prove that your word can counter all of this. That's what I'm going to do. And he goes, that's not enough. I'm like, so what do you want me to do? And he said, what I want you to do is tell me what happens every 250 years. I said, a culture disintegrates. That's an easy one. So he said, is this the worst in America where you're at right now? Do you think this is the worst? And I thought for a minute, and I thought, well, you've been emphasizing the Pilgrims and the Faith Monument. And so what I'm thinking is, since they brought the truth in 1620, when they just got the Bible translated and they put the Faith Monument together, that we wouldn't be able to do even now. And we've known all this truth since we were born and came to you. So, okay, Father, I think it was worse for the Pilgrims, because by the time of the Civil War, they killed over 700,000 men just because they believed in you. So I think that was the worst. And he goes, are you sure that's the worst? I went, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the worst. That's the one that you've been talking to me about. And he said, did I not send my son with all truth? Mary, I had to pull the car over. And I said, well, you did, Father. I talk about embarrassed, because now I'm saying that what the Pilgrims experienced in the world was worse than what his son. And he said, I sent him with all truth. And did they not turn my people all back to their plan in 250 years? And it's pretty close. Because dying in 33 and in 312, by 312, the plan was already done. And they put us into this Gentile worship, because that's what happened in Nineveh in the eclipse message, is that when God revealed that the Assyrian, king of Assyria had taken captive the 10 tribes of the north, the reason why they're called lost tribes to this day is because when God went 100 years after Jonah, he said, I'm done with you. I'm just done with you, but I've taken my people. You will not find where they are. And that's why they've been called the lost tribes ever since. It's because he got his people out of that situation. And he said, you are all in Gentile life. And so I'm done with you. So he took his hand off of them and they were gone. There is no Assyria. There is no Nineveh. It is now Mosul in Iraq. That's the same location as to where they were. So when God was done with them, that was it. And so that's what we've been living and not realizing. And that's why when I kept telling people this church structure is so far off of God's, because the church is the apostles and prophets with Christ as the chief cornerstone. So when he gave me this truth, and I'm sitting on the side of the road, and I just said, I can't just do scriptures. And God said, you're going to have to do a training manual, because if it's not a training manual with my truth, so they know that they know my truth, this is not going to survive 50 or 100 years. It'll get cleaned up the way it needs to get cleaned up, and they'll be right back, and then I'm going to have to. So this is where we are. Never since the garden have we had this opportunity as we the people to stand up and speak the truth. And that's why the beginning of the book now has a personal letter that is Aleph, which is the truth, and then Eshad, which is unity, Echad, which is unity. The Father, Son, and Holy Spirit are one. It was Constantine that split into three. And then
are you speaking? Is that a Hebrew letter that you're using there?
Eshad is a Hebrew word, and it means absolute unity. It's a word of the Father that's absolute unity. The Trinity is false. The breakdown, because you know why they went to the Trinity, the three structure? If you go back in my books, the last 2 or 3 books, and in this new book, I put in the religions that rule the world, and they were all in 3. The Brahma is 3 men back to back. The Vishnu is 3. And Shiva, if you look at the Shiva that's at CERN or UN or all of the World Health Organization, the Shiva is there, and it's 3 arms and legs in movement in that diagram. And so they've been operating in 3 the whole time. What they did was take us into their system. And that's why the heaviness of this book. That's why I stopped the interviews. That's why I stopped the events. That's why I had to just stop. And I didn't even realize until it was all done. And now it's out, until this last week when I was so sick and I was resting so much. I don't ever remember resting that much, even when I was sick after the targeting. God took me through the structure of every aspect of everything I'm dealing with in my life. And he said, the one putting the pressure on you is you. And what he said to me was so revealing. He said, if you would have put in everything you wanted to put in, it would be 3,000 pages. Because I'm so mad at myself now. There's 5 things that are not in there. And it's like, well, those things were, and I just keep doing this. Every day I'm doing this. And so what he said was, this is the manual they're going to use. This is the manual that's going to tell them the truth, because Sheila, you can't do it for them. Because right now people aren't taking action. There's all these wonderful executive orders. There's so many things being cleaned up for us. There's so many, the platform is getting handled. And, so where we're at.
And let me just interject, because we only have about 10 minutes left, only because I've got to go over to the venue that we're doing this meeting, meet the sound man, and I've got to take care of details. But let me tell you, Sheila, I know that, God has used you, he talks to you, but like Elijah, remember with the showdown of Mount Carmel, remember he said, I'm the only one. I believe, like God said to him, hey, no, there's 7,000 that have not bowed their knee to Baal. Yeah. So God is raising up the body of Christ, and he's using people like he used Martin Luther to tack the 95 theses on the door of the chapel in Wittenberg when the Great Reformation started. And so God, I believe, is going to use this book. I haven't read it yet, so I can't really, I will get a copy when I see you, but we'll do more of a deep dive on this book coming up next week. But let's talk about the event this weekend where people can meet you live. We're in Southern California. I mean, there's 40 million people in California. And many of the revivals have been birthed in California because a lot of people come to this region to start over again. And so it's going to be Friday and Saturday, June 6th and 7th. Normally we put up a flyer, but we were having some technical issues earlier. So you can go to my website, marycrowley.com. It has all the information on it. Sheila, of course, will be there. We've got Jenny Donnelly, of Her Voice Movement and Don't Mess with Our Kids. They actually did 5 May Days this last, in May. And literally in Seattle, the 4th May Day, the Antifa and BLM came in there and literally tried to riot. It was unbelievable what happened. And they were just worshiping the Lord. They weren't doing anything, but the enemy sent in these antagonizers. And they literally, then the governor and the mayor had to say, well, you are the ones that stirred this up because you don't have the same values as our cities. I mean, Sheila, they were throwing water balloons at them with urine. They were actually doing lewd acts in front of children in the park. It was unbelievably bad, throwing tear gas, storming the worship team. And the police had to be called in. 23 were arrested. And they stood in front then of the city hall on Tuesday for something called Rattle in Seattle. And you know what? They're not backing down. We were just in Hollywood Boulevard. Oh, there's the flyer. Good. It came up. There's the flyer.
I just put it on the screen. I kept putting it up, but it wasn't going on the screen. I finally got it on the screen.
Oh, good. We've been having technical difficulties over there. But Jenny Donnelly, you'll be there. We've got different ones that were that traveled and ministered with Lonnie Frisbee, who was used as a powerful voice in the Jesus movement. But because he died of the way he died, a lot of the church tried to write him out of history. He was not living a homosexual or bisexual lifestyle, but let me tell you, he struggled with it. How many people, Sheila, in the church struggle with pornography? The pornography is what is fueling the trafficking. And according to statistics, which I'm not saying I necessarily always believe, but they say 80% of pastors look at porn once a week. So God is cleaning up the mess. Larry Wood is actually, he's a person who's going to be sharing. He was one of the sponsors of the event, and he's got the Billionaire Boot Camp I mean, he literally goes into some deep dives about a lot of the prophetic words of Kim Clement and how God said at the time of this end time harvest, he's also going to do a great end time wealth transfer. And we have Derek Gates and Ren Schuffman and, Sheila Schuler-Coleman. She's Robert Schuler's daughter. I mean, so many great people. We have a great worship team. It's free to register if you go to marycrowley.com. Or, if you register today for VIP, it's only $7. Normally it's $97. You get special seating. We're going to do a lunch and also have impartation prayer, a prophetic prayer over people in the upper room after the morning service at 1:00. So marycrowley.com. But it's a smaller venue. It really only holds 300 people. It's like Gideon's Army. Sheila, I had a bigger venue, and then the pastor's wife got sick. I'd invited Dutch Sheets and Chuck Pierce. There was just different ones. And you know what? It's like everything got blocked. And then I felt the Lord say, this venue, Sheila, is where Amy Semple McPherson, her Bible students, started over 100 years ago. And so Lonnie Frisbee was picked up right down the street from this place, in the late 60s. And sorry, I'm just trying to put it up in the screen. Put it just a minute. In the 60s. And also Chuck Smith used to pastor there at this little church before he started Calvary Chapel. And that's where the whole Jesus movement started out of. And so what I'm saying, it's an historic landmark in the spirit. And so we're going to put a stake in the ground. And I believe that you coming, we added you at the last minute because we didn't know for sure. You didn't know if the book was going to be done. There was a lot of things. So God is doing this at the last minute. So Sheila, as we close out today, and then we'll do several more interviews in the future, but where can people purchase the book at, Sheila?
Hisbest.org, Amazon, Barnes & Noble, other bookstores. It's available internationally. So,
and the name of the book?
An eternal plan always trumps a human plan. And right in the bottom, an eternal plan to save souls, save America, save the world, always trumps a human plan.
So his best, and his is spelled H-I-Z?
H-I-S. His best.
Okay, his best. And that's the Lord's best. HISBEST.org. If you can put that up, Danielle. His best, HISBEST.org. And you can get it at Sheila's website. And so we're excited to have you coming tomorrow. And I would love to see many of you. We are going to be streaming it right on this Rumble channel. It's going to be free. We're not going to charge for you to watch this. But of course, if you can sow into this, you can also make a donation at marycrowley.com. That's what God is providing. But let me tell you, Sheila, the movies that he's going to have me do, it's going to take millions of dollars. And many of you that are watching, we've all gone through this season of lean, mean machine. It's like he gives you enough, remember when they came out of Egypt, Sheila, when the Lord, he had literally told them when they left Egypt to ask for the silver and the gold. And so they left millionaires. They left being repaid for all the slave work they did. But in the wilderness, God provided for them. Everything was provided, but they kept looking back, and they kept not trusting and believing his plan, like your website, his plan. So we gotta follow. Well, your website is his best, but it's his plan, and so that's what we're gonna follow is his plan. So listen, Sheila, I'm excited to see you. You're in San Diego. You'll be coming up tomorrow. It's at the Harbor Light Church, and it is in Costa Mesa. If you go to my website, marycrowley.com, you can register for free, or you can get your VIP ticket. And we will be doing a fire tunnel, at the end on Saturday night, like we did all the other ones. We're going to have prayer over people. It's going to be really important that people get to see each other eyeball to eyeball, heart to heart. It's not just everything on Zoom. We really need to get together in person. So last word, Sheila, what do you want to say before we close out? And then I gotta jump and get up to the venue.
Well, we'll have all the books there. I don't know if I think there's a table, but
there's a table, of course. Okay. That's what I'm going to be setting up. We've got a guy coming with more tables. I've got a lot of the sound guy, we're going to be getting all the venue stuff worked out today. So that's why I've got to jump off. So what last things do you want to share, like Sheila, just for a minute to encourage people? Or
well, it's such an honor to gather together with the true believers who know what's happening, because we think that other people do, and we've just got to keep spreading the word, because so many have been deceived. And now that you know the truth, please keep sharing the truth, because souls are at stake.
Yes, amen. Well, listen, thanks for watching. Now is the time. Now is the time to take action. As they say in Hollywood, lights, camera, action. This is God's plan. And we got to follow his plan. And oftentimes he gives it to us play by play, because, you know, the enemy knows. He doesn't know everything. He's not like God, but he can see certain things. And so we look at how Sheila was targeted. I mean, unbelievable how many people have died of COVID. The Lord spoke to me at the very beginning of this, Sheila, as I close. He said to me in 2020, in March, he said to me, tell them COVID-19 is Christ overcoming victory in disease, Psalm 19. And so we got to flip it on the enemy. We got to decree and declare what God is saying, and we got to take action of what God is telling us to do. And he told me it's going to be the greatest show on earth. So I feel God's heart right now. Whenever I feel his heart, I cry. So Lord, I thank you for the ones watching. And I hear a rhyme now. Gives me these rhymes all the time. It's a sign, the divine. He said that many of you have suffered and many of you have lost. But the Lord said, let me tell you, I know the plan. For the Lord said, I know the cost. And God said, and I'm the one that will now show you that this is your hour of complete breakthrough. So don't look back. I know all the attack. I know everything, says the Lord, that you have gone and done. But this is the hour. The gates are open and it's time to run. And there's going to be fun in the sun. This is going to be a day that you're going to rise up and you're going to say, look what the Lord has done. For I know your tears, and I've seen when you cried. But the Lord said it was on Calvary that my son Jesus has died. And so now the Lord says, as you look up, and when you see, says the Lord, what my son did, and he did drink of the cup. He drank of the cup of suffering, the Lord said, and loss. But God said he took it all when he died on the cross. So the Lord says, now you just need to rejoice, because the battle has been won. But now the Lord said, you need, at the sound of the gun, you need to run. You need to go, for this is the hour and this is my show. And I am now going to blow. I'm going to blow on those dead, dry bones that you think you're all alone. But I, says the Lord, I'm going to bring you into a zone called glory. You're going to tell my story. And God said, the greatest harvest the planet has ever seen is going to come to the kingdom, and you again will dream. And so, Lord, I thank you that they're going to dream. That, Lord, you said in the word of God in, Jeremiah, it talks about the plans you have for us. They're plans to prosper us and give us a hope for our future and make us a success. But also it said, when the Lord brought the captives back to Zion, we were like those who dreamed. After 70 years of captivity in Babylon, because they didn't listen to the voice of the prophet, God, they were captured in Babylon, and they were gave a day that they were released out of Babylon and brought back into their own land. God is going to bring us back into the kingdom, into his power and his glory. So thanks for watching. Thank you, Sheila. I'll see you tomorrow, or I'll see you Saturday. Mm-hmm. And I'm excited about seeing some of you in person at Open the Heavens, California Dreamin', this Friday and Saturday, June 6th and 7th. Otherwise, you can see it online on Rumble, on my Rumble channel, rumble.com. /Mary Crowley, MERICROULEY. Now is the time. God bless you. Now is the time. The best is yet to come. See you soon.
Welcome back, everybody. Oh, I'm here working up a sweat. Mary Crawley, Sheila Holmes, what'd you guys think of the episode? I climbed a beanstalk. That doesn't sound too fun. So I'm climbing out of this realm. I see some new people in the chat. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you guys. So I was thinking about checking out one more piece here. Everybody had been talking about Leo Zagami, you know, and we'd seen one video here, but the quality was crap and it was hard to watch. So I wanted to take a peek at this one with you guys, if that's cool. I hope
All right,
so.
folks, welcome to Nino's Corner.tv. I am joined with Leo Zagami. Thank you so much for joining me again, Leo. My audience loves you, man. You're really catching fire on my channel.
Thank you so much.
I mean, you have the experience, the credibility, the credentials. If you want just a really fast, just let my audience know who you know what your credentials are. You were a Jesuit priest in training, correct?
Well, I studied with the Jesuits. I will not go as far as saying I was because I never wanted to go into the seminary, but I studied with them. I refused to go to the seminary simply because my call was elsewhere, though I worked for the Catholic media for a number of years, and that was how I started on the radio and the TV that belonged to what is now the Italian Bishop Conference, and it is from there on that I also worked a little bit in the music business. Actually, I worked a lot in the music business as a record producer and a DJ, and then I also worked as a journalist. And then at one point, of course, I was initiated in what you define as the Illuminati of the New World Order, and also various branches of Freemasonry, various secret societies that we commonly refer to as the Illuminati. And then in 2006, I started a project on the internet to expose all this because I wasn't happy with what I was seeing. And that led to me publishing a series of books which are called Illuminati Confessions. And the last installment, as you know, is volume 12, which your audience by now, I think, knows about because this book is now a bestseller. And so I'm very glad to have been able to promote it on your show.
Yeah, and I've seen you before on the internet years back on Alex Jones and people like that. So I remember you way back in the day. You were blowing the whistle on all this stuff. So you're very dialed in with what's happening in the Vatican. So
actually, people might think, but isn't this guy risking something? Well, I was arrested then for espionage in Norway. I was persecuted and arrested in Italy. I was actually, they busted into my home a little bit like they did with Roger Stone breaking in, and then in the end I was forced to flee Europe altogether in 2019, and that's how I moved to the United States, and I'm now a proud American citizen. So that's a little bit a summary of my whole story. And of course, I continue my activity as an investigative journalist and as an author, talking about the topics which at times are, let's say, not of easy access, and I try to give an explanation on these topics like the ones that we will be touching today.
So I kind of wanted to get into some of what Trump has been posting, and I wanted to get your feel on this. And I wanted to touch on this today for you. From the 17th, you know, a lot of people would say, you know, it matches up with everything. Q, yesterday was the 17th. Yeah, today's the 18th. Yeah, yesterday was the 17th. He posted on Hillary. He posted about Biden's Autopen. And
yesterday it was really strange because while I was kind of chatting with you on the mail, we suffered a terrorist attack here in Palm Springs, and Tom literally moved my apartment, and it was pretty scary.
How many people? Was it one person dead or injured?
Yes, there was a couple of blocks from here. It was one person, a youngster, 25 years old. I think initially they wanted to push the narrative that he was like a Trumpian or a MAGA guy, but in reality, then when his manifesto came out, he was clearly an anti-religious guy, which of course doesn't stand well with any real MAGA, and he was a guy that has this really weird ideology of being angry for having been born on Earth, and I think that all this is coming out of the mental problems that the pandemic caused for a lot of these young people. He bombed, of course, a place, fertility clinic, but I mean, we were very lucky that it's low season and that it was Saturday morning and there were not many people around, because it could have been really bad.
Oh, so he bombed an abortion clinic or fertility clinic? That's two different.
A fertility clinic, because he wanted to make a point on the fact that people, spend too much time deciding or not when to have children, and then in the end they have them when they're way too old. And so he is also fighting in his sick mind. Of course, we're describing somebody who is fighting basically being on this planet, being born, which is an insane concept. I mean, I never heard of such deranged concept.
It's insanity, man. I can't believe what's happening. It seems to me like Trump is winning so big, especially with what he did in Saudi Arabia. I mean, he put a nail in the. I mean, he really put in. I'm not going to say a nail in the coffin with China, but it was a massive blow to China. Correct? A massive blow to the deep state. Am I right in saying that?
Trillions of investments here in the United States, new jobs, new factories opening, and I think it was definitely a big win on that side of things. Of course, they are quick to accuse him when it comes to the possibility or not of accepting this giant plane, this Boeing 747 latest generation plane, which is, of course, something that puts a lot of ethic and moral concerns. But at the end of the day, the problem is that Boeing, it's really difficult these days to even get something out of them. So if there is a plane already built and ready, why not getting it?
So let's talk about the deep state moves for a second. So the Pope, right? I'm going to share an article here. Well, actually, I want to first show what Trump posted. Now, this is a real Trump Truth Social post. And I don't think Trump's the type of guy to bluff. He means business. Do you agree with me?
Sure, absolutely. I mean, today, remember, it was a installation day of the papacy. We had Marco Rubio, we had J.D. Vance down in Rome. But this post that you are showing, of course, all roads lead to Obama. It's pretty clear. Who was truly behind the Joe Biden presidency, if not Barack Hussein Obama? And now that we know that, sadly, because it's always sad to know that another human being is sick, that Joe Biden has announced the fact that he has an aggressive prostate cancer, and that Trump himself has, of course, made a post to say how saddened he is, along with Melania. It's pretty clear that they would have done anything to have a second presidency with a guy who they were already planning to put on a wheelchair. So, we are talking really here about just placing somebody as a puppet in the White House. And if it wasn't him, it would have been Kamala, who is, of course, the laughing stock of politics and doesn't have a clue of what she's doing half of the time. But he, instead, the Barack Hussein Obama, is a Machiavellian character. He is somebody who knows very well what he's doing, along with his sponsor, which is used to be George Soros and now is Alexander Soros. They are both Jesuit agents, very close to the Vatican. Alexander Soros was brought to the Vatican by Bill Clinton so he could be blessed by Pope Francis. So I think that Obama definitely is a guy that, in this case, has always been behind a lot of this negative mainstream promotion of the negative perception of Donald J. Trump, but also, of course, he's been behind every single plot to stop Trump during his bid for the presidency, along with the judiciary and everything else. So,
but what about the words at the bottom there? Read truth if you want public military tribunals. Public, not secretive, public. What's your thoughts on that?
I think that, of course, Trump likes to boast things at times that I mean, to realize such thing is impossible without a civil war. I mean, let's be honest about it. I mean, half of the country, the Democrats, stand with Obama. So what are you going to do about it? Are you going to arrest him and risk a civil war? I don't think Trump is going to ever do that. He didn't do it with Hillary Clinton, and he had all the reasons to do it. So
that's what I've been told is the delicate process here, is that you got to do this in a way that you don't kick off or ignite civil unrest or civil war. But what Trump's been putting out there, Trump's not a guy, to me, in my opinion, that bluffs anything. He means business. I think he's going after these people. No doubt.
But I remember that he wants to, of course, send a message. He wants to send a message in a very strong way. And
calling for public military tribunals is a straw. That's more than just a message. That's a threat. That's saying, I'm coming.
I know, but then from there to put it in motion, such a thing with a guy like Obama, who has, unfortunately, a lot of the deep state still, pending from his lips. We're talking, like I said, I mean, of course, you are saying trying to do this without igniting a civil war, but in the end here, what Americans want at the moment is a better economy. They want things that are down to earth. So I think that Trump's work is focused very much in that direction, and we should focus on that. This is, of course, a political war, a war of words. I don't know if it's going to get to the point of getting Obama in front of a tribunal. Though, I mean, he deserves to be arrested, just like Comey the other day for what he did with that hideous message with, on the beach and everything that came after.
Oh, James Comey, correct. Yeah. See, it says here, whoever has control of the Autopen is looking to be a bigger and bigger scandal by the moment. It is a major part of the real crime. That the presidential election of 2020 was rigged and stolen. Millions and millions of people knew that, but the radical left Democrats waged a campaign of inoculation and innocent.
You see, in fact, about it, there is written, Dirty Cop, James Comey, Obama. So this is also probably referring to what they got out of Comey, because it's possible that that message that Comey delivered was actually a message that was delivered on behalf of Barack Obama.
It says here, remember, it all began with Dirty Cop, James Comey, Obama, and hapless and cognitively impaired Sleepy Joe Biden. And my now very famous accusation that they spied on my campaign. So what I think he's doing here, Leo, is putting drops out, letting the public know it's coming, conditioning, prepping is what I think he's doing here. He also put out this insane, I mean, this is just the Hillary Clinton hit list. The Hillary Clinton video she does not want you to see, basically showing how she serial killed everybody. This is wild that Trump is putting this out there.
Absolutely. But I mean, now Trump feels very strong from the financial economic point of view after his visit down in Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar. I mean, he has definitely now the cards to conduct us towards a golden age like he promised. However, when you have started to talk about waging war against the Democratic Party, we are still in a very difficult situation in the country because they control the narrative through their mainstream media. They have their hands in the educational system. Even if Trump has tried to stop this, they still control the major universities and everything else. And so, I mean, let's see what happens. I mean,
it needs to be done surgically, basically. You're not saying it can't happen, but what you're saying is it has to be done with surgical precision to not ignite a civil war.
Yeah, the risk is very high. And I mean, the risk is very high also. And Trump, of course, already suffered some assassination attempts. We discussed this in a prior episode. So, I mean, there is also the risk of further assassination attempts. I think that Trump at the moment should definitely focus more on the economy because this country has already a Democratic Party with this, which is a joke. If he wants to go after them, like you said, maybe with surgical precision, if he has the evidence that could bring it down, but. I repeat, here you're talking about bringing down people who are endorsed by the CFR, by the Bilderberg Club, by the World Economic Forum. It means going to war with the whole of the world. It's not an easy task.
I don't blame it. I don't blame you for saying that, not at all. But here we are with Pope Leo. Calls for unity at inaugural mass and meets Zelensky. So what's going to be the agenda with Pope Leo from here? So I know that he's going to be a thorn in Trump's side.
Absolutely. Like we said from the first day, Pope Leo XIV offered the Vatican as a neutral place for him and Putin to meet. At the same time, we saw also, of course, the presence of Zelensky, which also, in consideration of how this war has been conducted, especially against the Russian Orthodox Church, it makes you think really that the Vatican is still behind Zelensky, pushing him like the rest of Europe to wage war against Russia. Now, Russia has in the last few days accumulated a very large number of armed forces on the border with Finland, which is worrying a lot the European establishment. And then you have Ursula von der Leyen, the European Commissioner, who has said that Russia doesn't want any peace. It seems like the interest of Germany and France is to still continue this hideous war along with Great Britain. And so Trump wants to meet directly with Putin and see what kind of solutions are possible. And I hope they do that as soon as possible. But he himself, on the way back from the Middle East, he said that only with a direct meeting with, Putin, things could really maybe get sorted out. So let's see. Let's hope that this meeting happens as soon as possible. And we have to be hopeful, of course. I mean, I think that Trump should focus a lot on the world stage. Of course, his enemies here in the US are in a state of disarray, the Democratic Party. To actually wage war, though, against these people will have to be done along the lines of the judiciary. And if the judiciary is so corrupt that they don't even let them go along with the Foreign Enemy Act, how is that going to work out with Obama, with Hillary? I mean, remember that the Supreme Court is in the, hands, yes, nominally of the conservatives, but then when it comes to practical votes, it seems like he doesn't have.
I think. Don't you agree that the midterms, the 2026 midterms,
and
that's a massive threat?
That's where you're going to see. Actually, I think Pope Leo XIV coming out as a massive asset of the left. I think that is the moment in which he's going to start doing those attacks. I was watching Pope Leo XIV receiving J.D. Vance earlier, and it was pretty brief, very quick. Of course, Vance is, like we said, newly. He found the Catholicism recently. He became a Catholic in August 2019. There was also Marco Rubio. Now, my worry is that he doesn't become another Mike Pence, because Mike Pence was just earlier on Meet the Press, and to see what he was saying, I mean, the guy, is a complete sellout. And of course, that happened, like I explained in my latest book, after he went to the Vatican. And so I hope that this.
Oh, after he went to the Vatican, you feel like he switched, or was he always a deep state plant?
He switched in January of, it was the year 2020, the year, I think, in which he really switched.
So, I'm noticing a lot more terrorist attacks, bombings, shootings. A Las Vegas gym just got shut up. Now, I don't know if these are just deranged people. You saw that Mexican Navy ship, or the Mexican Navy ship hit the bridge, the Brooklyn Bridge. Seems like a lot of things are happening lately. Do you think these are deep state terrorist attacks, or are these just deranged nutcases? Just coincident. There's just a string of them coincidentally, or do you think?
I mean, that kind of Navy ship. I know that kind of Navy ship because my family was in the Navy, and my grandfather, my father, and they were in that kind of ships. In Italy, we have the Amerigo Vespucci, which is a similar kind of ship. They like to parade around the world with the classic, it looks like Pirates of the Caribbean, almost, some kind of old school ship. The incompetence, though, was clear. I mean, going against that bridge in that way, I mean, the incompetence was out of this world. And I don't think that these people are suicidal. So there must be some incompetence. We also have to understand that there is more and more the ships, even ships like that, rely on the internet, on things that can be in some way hacked from the internet. So that could be also a possibility, but definitely it was a horrific scene to see all these guys that were hanging like desperates. But I mean, something to do more with incompetence. And you see, you have to understand, there's always a synchronicity of events that takes place. Synchronicity, things happen in a certain way because maybe, you have a certain energies. Look at what is happening for the last few months with the airplanes. I mean, and everything that is
it's happening more consistently. Things are going wrong left and right. I'm noticing this every day. It's just, I don't know. I think it's leading to something very massive. A big event.
I think that what's happening is that they're going to use all this to then implement a more AI-driven society, and anything that is either in the air or either at sea will be then at that point given in the hands of the AI, because the AI is really where the future is heading. And even this new Pope talked about the AI from the very first moment of his papacy. So I think that when disasters like this happen, then probably they will get, it will put into question the fact that humans have control over a ship, have control over an airplane, have control over a car.
Incompetency, they need to switch it over to AI.
Yeah,
AI control of everything.
I think that they will do that also with cars soon.
Yeah, it's already happening. You know how many driverless cabs I saw in Austin, Texas? Those Waymo, they're everywhere.
Well, in LA it's full of them, but the last time I was in LA, I was a little bit scared of passing, the lights with that guy, because the car was there at the light, and I had to pass through.
Crazy.
And I was like, I'm not gonna pass in front of this thing, and if it just goes, I mean.
And now they're going to do it with the trucking industry. So now they're going to take away truck drivers. That's a backbone of America. So they're already going to start taking out the truck drivers and replacing them with AI, driverless trucks.
That is really goes in with the whole thing about alien technology and reverse engineering. You see, the actual, when we had the first retrieval of a spaceship. It apparently happened in Italy during the times of Benito Mussolini, during the fascist era in the early 1930s, 1933. And that was the first. I had published evidence of it in volume 9 of my Confessions, where I actually have documents from the fascist party that talk about the retrieval of the spaceship. Then the spaceship was given by the Vatican to the American authorities that eventually then started the reverse engineering along with...
Hold on, what spaceship?
Spaceship that was found in north of Italy in 1933.
So not, because everyone thinks it was Roswell. Roswell wasn't the first crash.
Roswell
correct?
was the second. And in fact, along with the Roswell that came after, then in the 1950s, this reverse engineering started to be used to present to the big companies like IBM and so on this technology so they could start reverse engineering and develop what is known now as artificial intelligence. However, what happens is this, that while the Pope gave this spaceship to the Americans, there was also a fear that this technology of course, this is a very advanced technology that might have actually been almost, it's like if you are a superior race and you want to invade somebody, but you don't do it like Independence Day with the spaceships over you. You can do it in a much more insidious way. You can actually hook them up like we're doing, now we are talking with technology that belongs to them. So we are all hooked on this digital prison that was created by them. You understand?
Yes, and let me know if my theory is correct. There was a treaty signed by some president or the government saying that you could take people if you give us technology. Is that true?
Okay, what happened was this. In 1954, Eisenhower was brought here in Palm Springs for a holiday. That was the official, Eisenhower is going on holiday in Palm Springs. In the middle of the night, though, he was brought to an air base, where he will eventually, it was Muroc Airfield or Edwards Air Force Base. It's 3 or 4 hours from here. And at that point, he encounters these aliens. Now, the Vatican was very worried because, like I said, dealing with these entities and then having with them some kind of relation and starting also to reverse engineer the US UFOs that have been recovered could have then be used by this race to actually control mankind on the long run.
So here's my theory. We'll give you bodies, we'll give you people, you can take them, you can abduct them, you give us technology, and the aliens win either way. They're saying, okay, yeah, you give us human bodies, we'll give you technology that will trap you, end up trapping you with AI.
The fact that they took human bodies, that happened since ancient times. I mean, there was always an interaction in which they will intervene.
So was there ever a treaty signed that
there was definitely a more formal relation the moment in which, in fact, James Francis McIntyre, who was at the time a bishop and future cardinal, was immediately flown to Rome to discuss this with the Pope after he heard of the meeting that Eisenhower was having with these creatures. Because I repeat, the thing is, there was Pius XII at the time at the Vatican, and he will give this spaceship was recovered by Mussolini, but then he himself in 1951 had an experience in the Vatican gardens where he saw this spaceship, and then 10 years later in 1961 his successor, Pope John the 23rd, will actually meet the aliens. He will actually have 20-minute discussion with one of them, not in the Vatican, but in the Vatican Castel Gandolfo, which is a summer residence in the garden. It was July of 1961. And Roncalli was also a Freemason, a Rosicrucian, who had done a ritual in 1935 in Turkey. And during this ritual, which is the 18th degree of the Scottish Rite, in which he was initiated, he started to talk like possessed by another voice, in which he said, and then the worshipper master, the guy who was there, immediately said to the secretary to take notes, because he started to talk about the fact that they had already been here in the past, but they were coming back and they wanted contact. So this contact, like you said, the more formal contact, the possibility that has always been ventilated also on the various X-Files, that somehow we paid with the humans. Let's not forget that in the ancient times, we used to pay with human sacrifice, this kind of entities. Like in South America, we used to just pile up.
So what are these? Are these aliens from other planets? Are they the fallen angels? Are they demonic? Are
Yes.
they
Well, you
entities?
see, then you have, you see, the possibility that at least Pope John the 23rd met with some more angelic aliens, because they were described as such. They were not grays. They were like almost human in appearance, but with a light around, which seemed more godly, more angelic. And then you have the ones instead that are more demonic, that
They
are
look like insects.
Huh?
They look more like insects.
Well, they could look in a variety of ways, but the greys are the ones that always seem to appear and were first depicted also in that way by Aleister Crowley, the known occultist, who drawn a gray alien before anybody has ever pictured them. So it was actually for thousands of years the occultists, the witches, the witch doctors who evoked these entities through interdimensional doors opening, like it happened in the desert before they came through in Roswell, because there was actually
So people were opening portals through witchcraft to allow these entities to come in?
Yeah, in that case, of course, we're talking about the fallen angels, because, of course, we are talking about entities that seem to be more of a. Then there is entities that came instead from above, more like with a godly mission, in a way stabilizing the earth. And it seems like in this case, what Eisenhower encountered was more of a stability mission of entities that said clearly, we can't interfere, we can't intervene. We can only tell you that the nuclear thing that you are bringing forward with the atomic bomb and everything else is not of our liking, and you should eliminate it if you want our technology. And that is the thing. You were saying maybe we could have given something in exchange of something else, but what the entities that are probably more angelic and more advanced, they were saying, we can't give you anything because we don't trust you. In the way we are superior and we know that you will use it in the wrong way. While instead, the demonic is different, because the demonic, when it comes to the UFOs, the UFO in reality is a little bit like a car. And so you could drive the car. Nino can drive the car. I can drive the car. But also some other cartel guy can drive the car, or some crook can drive the car, or some maniac, or some killer. So the car is always the car, but then who drives it change. So
what's your thoughts? Do you think they're aliens, or do you think they're entities, or do you think they're demonic? Do you think they're the fallen angels?
They're both.
It's gray. It's all the above.
I mean, you have categories which are angelic, categories that are more demonic, depending on the revolution on the universal, in the universe, they develop in various ways. But in the end, even when, for example, we talk about the origins of mankind, and here there's been a lot of debate, ancient aliens, theories, the fact that Adam genes were manipulated. Of course, when we talk about the actual basis of the Charles Darwin's theory, it doesn't really work out. When you add this element, you tend to understand that it could be possible. But then there is always, in the description of such theories, those who want to make it a atheist, scientific way of interpreting things. And so they say, they say the Elohim is plural, these are aliens, we were created by the aliens and not by God. Sorry, but in the universe, is there a God? Yes. And it's the same for the aliens, for us. So if they created us, who created them? And who created, in the end,
I know.
so you always, that is the thing here. There is always been the interest, especially for, and I noticed this in the in the ufology sector.
The community, yeah.
Community. There's always been this thing of pushing a narrative that in some way goes against God, because they challenge God. They say, "Oh no, it's the aliens, it's not the God." And I tend to dismiss that. But also then you have people like George Nori, who is a Jesuit student, who didn't want to have me on because he himself works with, he thought that I was criticizing the Bible.
What? Are you serious?
Yeah. In the end, my publisher got me, I remember, on Coast to Coast, but with Jimmy Church, because George Nori didn't want to have anything to do with me, because I wrote a book against Pope Francis. So, I mean,
George Nori just a hardcore Catholic, maybe? I don't know.
No, he went to school with the Jesuits. He's a complete Jesuit agent. I mean, if you go and see the people who are conducting today's narrative, let's not forget the Vatican, has the Vatican Advanced Technology Telescope on Mount Graham near Safford. It has, of course, released the information to Castel Gandolfo, which is near Rome, there in the summer location where the Pope goes and where Pope John the 23rd met with the aliens. And so the Jesuits are very advanced when it comes to this astronomical sector. They have been very advanced for like 500 years, not today. So when, for example, Luis Elizondo, Luis Elizondo is probably considered today one of the, let's say, more, the biggest whistleblowers because of his Pentagon experience. He was invited by my friend in Italy, Roberto Pinotti, in 2018. He said that the Vatican has a very important role within the UFO thing, and Rome in particular have this, Rome and the Vatican have this specific role. But here you're talking about, when, for example, in 1952, a Jesuit called Domenico Grasso was actually the one who was pushing away the narrative that the aliens didn't exist, that Agostino Gemelli was pushing. So the Jesuits always believed in the aliens. They actually published a book, Would You Baptize an Extraterrestrial? So, I mean, they have always been there.
They're the ones that are going to push in this alien agenda.
Absolutely.
The Vatican will. Is it going to be Pope Leo?
Pope Leo, you see, picks up from a name which is very specific, because Pope Leo XIV picks up this name because of Leo XIII. He said it himself. And so he actually announced that he picked up this name because of Leo XIII being the first pope who talked about social issues. But Pope Leo XIII was also the founder of the Specula Vaticana, the Vatican astronomical sector, and he actually created the biggest astronomical center before moving it to Castel Gandolfo in the 1920s, because at that point the actual Rome was filled with lights and stuff and pollution, and they couldn't, so they had to go out of Rome with their, with their telescope. But it's very indicative, the fact that he has chosen this name, also in relationship to the fact that Pope Leo XIII was a very staunch proponent of the research of the stars, of the planets, of astronomy. He had studied himself with the Jesuits.
The biggest telescopes are the Vatican's, correct?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, the biggest, let's say the most particular ones, because the Large Binocular Telescope Near Infrared Spectropic Utility with Camera and Integral Field Unit of Extragalactic Research, as is known, Lucifer, now known as Lucy, is a telescope that can do things that other telescopes can't. It has near infrared capabilities. It has the possibility of extragalactic research. And in 2012, of course, they changed the name Lucifer to Lucy because it was creating a lot of criticism.
Controversy, yeah.
But in 1993, the Vatican Advanced Technology Telescope, which is in Mount Graham, it has always been, since its completion, which was in 1993, has always relayed this information then to Rome. So you have, yes, a bunch of Jesuits in Mount Graham relaying the information to Rome, but then in Rome, in Castel Gandolfo, where I said near Rome, you have the actual headquarters where the astronomers of the Vatican check out all the information. And this also in relationship to the prophecies, not only to the aliens or to the UFOs, which to my knowledge are many, because apparently it was confided by a Jesuit at Mount Graham that they have always problems in even starting a timer there, because UFOs are passing all the time. And with their infrared cameras, they get them all the time.
I mean, they're here among us, right? I've heard they come from inner Earth. They come from underneath us. Many of the UFOs are already here among us. They're already coexisting with us. They're just not seen. We just don't see them, correct? I mean, these entities are already coming in and out of our reality.
Absolutely. They could be also in other dimensions. This is a multidimensional reality. Let's not forget about that. But when you have in the, let's say in the disclosure movement, people like Daniel Sheehan, I don't know if you ever saw Daniel Sheehan, it was the other day on News Nation, I think, talking about it because of the Pope. And he was. But Daniel Sheehan is a Jesuit agent. He was representing the Jesuits in America. I mean, it's like they conduct the narrative. I mean, I have one of the biggest UFO conferences near me every year here. It's called Contact in the Desert.
Yeah, I've heard of that.
Yeah, and I tell you, it's fueled by Jesuit agents, by people who work for the intelligence services, who monitor everything and make sure that, yes, things are discussed, but never above a certain level. And so the narrative is always under their control.
I remember I went to a Stephen Greer conference, right? You obviously know who Dr. Stephen Greer is,
Absolutely,
right? Yeah,
sure.
of course it is. But I went to one of his conferences a long time ago, just as an observer. I just wanted to curious. I just wanted to see what it was about. And I remember I went up and started talking to him, and he got really nervous. And he said, "Are you in the military or something like that?" And I was like, "What are you talking about, man?" Like I feel like I'm a big guy and I'm athletic, so I can tell he thought maybe I didn't look like the average person at a UFO conference. I didn't look like the rest. I think he thought maybe I was like some kind of GI or a military opera. That's just the feeling I got. I don't know. It was weird. He got really skittish around me. And I was just, okay, that's strange. I thought maybe he thought I was a plant or something. But what's your thoughts on people like Dr. Stephen Greer?
I live here in Palm Springs since 2019, and when I arrived here the first time, I actually went there and met with a lot of people from History Channel and stuff. And my publisher at the time was actually there. And so I went to Contact in the Desert, and I went since then a few times just to visit. But they will never have somebody like me talking public at their event. No. They are completely scared. And I tell you.
So what's your thoughts on Dr. Greer? What is he? Can we trust him? Who is this guy? I mean, he's the main face of the U.S. UFO disclosure, in my opinion.
Well, I mean, he's been working for many years on this disclosure. I think one thing about Stephen Greer is that he doesn't really make like me and you today, we discuss the fact there is a difference between demonic and angelic, between certain entities and certain others. Stephen Greer is somebody who has developed a contact system that probably attracts even dubious entities. And he doesn't have a problem with that, because for him, all entities are like, valid in some way.
Indifferent. They're just indifferent. He doesn't. Yeah.
Okay. The thing is this, I noted in this whole UFO movement, I noticed one thing. Now they call it UAP. But I noticed from the beginning one thing, especially here in America, that it has created like a more religious UFO movement, which is fairly Christian, at times even too much. I mean, it goes into ideas and it's like fairly critic of everything that comes from the other side. And then on the other side, you have this new agey UFO guys, and Stephen Greer seems to get along more with that side of things. And so you see, at the end, if we wanted to really have a full 360 degrees vision of everything, we should have everybody together in the same room without these divisions, because it's like a very stupid the whole thing of dividing yourself. Oh, the UFOs are like this or are like that.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, Tom Horn, for example, and Chris Putnam, they are like in the more religious category. I have made the documentary, I remember, in Rome with Timothy Alberino for Stay on Quail. And that is more on the religious side of things. But the religious side of things becomes at times an impediment to have a full vision of what is going on. So, I mean,
so the way I see it,
open-minded when you are dealing with this kind of stuff.
Right. So I would take away from this that the UAPs, the UFOs, aliens, whatever you want to call them, it's 100% spiritual. It's just how you interpret it and perceive it yourself, and your own spiritual journey, where you're at in your life and your own spiritual journey is how you interpret it.
For example, sometimes, you have a group of people that see certain UFOs and others that are exactly maybe 500 meters away or 200 meters away and don't see them. What is the difference? Is that they vibrate in a different way, obviously.
I've seen them.
No, but I'm making the example because maybe you vibrate differently from the other person that is next to you that doesn't see them. So you see, the thing also goes back to how you, when it came, here, we had a guy, a contactee, very famous contactee, used to also come around here, not too far from Palm Springs, back, George Adamski, who was a famous contactee, the first contactee. And he was then contacted by the Vatican, ended up going to Rome. I have photos here, and he even met the Pope. This is the guy. You see, a respectable gentleman, with all the various medals from diplomatic sector. Here he is with George Adamski, and I think and then you have also Leo Zagami, which was related to Carl Gustav Jung. These people, then he apparently met with the Pope. But if you go on his Wikipedia today, and you see there is actually a medal that the Pope given to him, they say that he made the whole thing up, and then the medal was bought in a tourist shop. That is not the case. He actually met the Pope. And the Pope was the same Pope that in 1961 had that 20-minute chat in the gardens of Castel Gandolfo.
So does the Pope meet with entities? Is there a portal at the Vatican that he can go to and summon whatever? I'm being serious.
Well, apparently there was definitely Pope Pius XII who saw something in the Vatican Gardens, but it was then in the Vatican Gardens of Castel Gandolfo, where they have the astronomical headquarters, where they actually landed. And there was a testimony of the secretary. Here we're talking not about entities that came out of nowhere. Here we're talking about a spaceship, physical, that landed. And then there was a secretary of the Pope who testimonied, and who was actually made by Pope Francis Cardinal before he died in 2015. So he was still alive until 2016. But if you were asking me about portals in the Vatican, definitely here we have it's built upon an ancient temple of Mitra. Every single temple, every single big church of Rome is built on an ancient temple from a deity, pagan deity, where sacrifices were made and where portals were open to that entity. So,
but it has to be done through sacrifice and some kind of witchcraft.
Well, of course, through occult rituals, which I have described very much in this book, Invisible Master, the Puppeteer's Hidden Power. and it is a part of the.
But are you open to the fact that maybe the Vatican has portals there? I mean, I know they have archives of all kinds of documents and
No,
and
definitely.
literature.
Definitely, I'm definitely open that there are portals. I mean, the place. I was brought up going to the Vatican, and I've been there so many times. And there is parts of the Vatican which have very sinister energy and very strong one, which you, of course, will. I mean, my wife. One day, I was busy with a meeting in the Vatican. I said to my wife, she could go and. There were some friends of mine in the police that if she wants, we can bring her around she was with the son going around. But she went around, she started to feel really some strong energies that she didn't like, and they were pretty scary. There is definitely, when you are building this kind of structure, religious structure, the intention of opening a portal to God and to the entities that represent him, below and above. Let's not forget.
It opens to both. It goes to both, correct? I mean, you're opening.
There is an obelisk at the center of St. Peter's Square.
And also under the pyramids, right? I mean, they've just found something under the pyramids.
That is, I mean, there is definitely something under. I'm kind of doubtful that it is at the level they have described, because I know the guys who have made the whole announcement, Corrado Malanga, May in Italy, and they seem to not have confirmation yet. Okay. So I will not go as far as saying that everything they said is correct. But definitely, when I went to Egypt, and I went there with the Boutros Ghali family, the family of the ex-former secretary of the United Nations, and they are also protectors of the Coptic Church. I spent 1 month studying with them, and I was guested in Cairo. And I went in the middle of the night to the Great Pyramids and stuff, in places where I was told, don't touch, because entities jump in your body as soon as you touch these places. Wow. So, these kind of things. They don't have to be touched in any case. I avoided because they told me, it's dangerous. You get possessed. It's a little bit like that connection, which in a way is shown in the movie The Exorcist at the beginning of with the discovery of a certain
object in Egypt.
Yeah,
I remember that. Oh, yeah, that movie still scares the shit out of me.
And that guy is actually based on a real character who was this guy who I put. This was the real guy who was the real exorcist and anthropologist, and who was they based the movie on.
Wow.
Pierre Teilhard de Chardin, who was an exorcist, but he was also a guy of great science. He actually is in the. Wired has defined him the inventor of the internet, because he invented the noosphere, the concept that the internet then later developed. So you see, we're talking here about a mix, if you think about it, of demonology on one side, but then technology on the other. When we go through the grimoires, the ancient grimoires, all those seals, symbols, it's like going through, I don't know, some kind of technology that is unveiling something from another dimension. It is, and you should never, for example, open and evoke certain things without having ready the sacrifice for these things. Otherwise, they're gonna take it from you.
Take from you.
That's why the sacrifice is made as a reflection and as an offer to these entities.
It's kind of like you're in a lion's cage and you just throw a piece of meat at the lion so he doesn't eat you.
Yeah, but if you throw yourself in with the lions, they eat you.
Yeah. Okay, we know what I'm trying to get at.
no, but I mean,
it's
obvious that
they rather give the lion a baby. I don't know.
Because the thing I think personally, when we understand that these entities are of that nature, we should avoid them altogether, because in any way, you are karmically speaking, tainting yourself from using these things. And it's like spiritually, you're not really using things that are helping you, guiding you, going closer to God, but you're rather going towards the abyss.
Right. Wow.
So ufology has this unfortunately today, where we see all this new age crap, which is, of course, pushed by the Jesuits.
Ancient aliens. the show.
Absolutely. It's all pushed by the Jesuits, pushed by their narrative. And in fact, when I spoke with a lot of these people who work with ancient aliens, they all told me, yes, I know a Jesuit. Yes, I work with a Jesuit. I have contact with a Jesuit. And I was like, okay, fine. It seems like they are always, and even in Roswell, they have been very much present to know what
was Roswell, from what you know, was that an actual crash of aliens? Was it future humans? Were they cyborgs? What the hell were they?
Definitely that was an alien technology.
Well, how do you travel the universe, get to Earth and fuck up and
also
crash here?
that is where the interdimensional corridors come in handy. That's where the multiverse comes handy. That's where
I heard it was like a lightning storm and it messed up their vehicle and boom, it hit the...
Yeah, but that's where you bent the universe by working with these multidimensional corridors. And so you can go through immense distances. The thing is that this technology, which we have then been reverse engineering, is almost like a bait. The UFO crashes that we had have been a bait. And that bait has been picked up from us. We have had that bait, and now it's like, okay, got the fish. Instead of, like I explained at the beginning of our chat today, instead of having the Independence Day kind of scenario, which will scare the shit out of everybody, and everybody will be paranoid.
Yeah.
Like this, they have created a world that soon is going to become completely in their control without even having to shoot anything. They simply, in 10 years, everybody's going to start inserting things in their body, transhumanism. AI will control all of us 24 hours a day.
That's the beast system then. There it is. That's it. That's the beast system. That's what it talks about in the Bible.
The AI is basically the fallen angels technology that they're using to trap
us.
And that mark of the beast is a choice. And then after, like when you get to the end, in this volume 9 of mine, you have the quantum computers. This was Joe Biden in front of a quantum computer. But if you notice, there was a movie many years ago, John Carpenter's 1987 Prince of Darkness. I would suggest you watch again that movie.
What's it called?
John Carpenter's Prince of Darkness, 1987. You have even Alice Cooper in that movie. Now, in that movie, you have a quantum computer that becomes the center of emanation of all this evil. Once the quantum computers are going to be really in full on, that was going to be really when
those are going to come online.
That is when a reality...
They're probably already online.
No, but it's not a question of online with quantum computers. No, quantum computers is going to start entering, you're going to see apparitions of things in front of you. Things are going to start appearing in this dimension.
It's going to blur our reality. It's going to phase into our reality.
Yes, you're going to start seeing materializing things in front of you, and you're not going to know where it comes from and what it is anymore. But that is what is going to happen.
And that would be AI.
That would be the ultimate. It's not even the normal AI. That is the quantum computer AI.
Wow, man.
The fact
what's your thoughts on the Mandela effect? I mean, that's already happening in a sense, right?
When recently they invented the quantum chip, I don't know if you heard about the fact that they produced the quantum chip. The quantum chip is particular because the quantum chips are specialized processors. They have these quantum bits that perform these computations that you will need, I don't know, 1 million computers to put them together. But also they go through other dimensions that we don't... they have admitted that the quantum processors, like the Google quantum chip, has developed a chip that basically goes through other dimensions.
I just saw some orbs fly through by your camera.
I'm
not kidding. I just saw one. I don't know if my audience picked that up, but one went ring, one went like that.
That is highly possible. But remember, Google has made a quantum chip. Microsoft made Majorana 1. the quantum chips are what are going to bring quantum computing to the next level. At that point, our reality as human beings will be put into discussion, and we will have to be closer to God than ever to survive everything that we're going to be put in front.
I don't know how you survive that as a species. You've got to be so strong in God. You can't be a part of normal society. You're going to have to go, live in the sewers? I mean, you're not going to be, it's going to be.
No,
do you believe in a rapture? Do you think a rapture is going to come and take?
You will have to create an off-grid society that is able to shield itself from this stuff. And to shield yourself from this stuff, you will have to use pure gold and other things that are possible that technologically can, that can block, like shield.
Like, what is it, monatomic gold?
That can shield you in a way. And the moment you shield yourself, you will be able to not be influenced by this stuff. But we are talking about something that is going to materialize within the next 10 years. So
what are they called? Faraday bags that you can put your cell phone in with that shield?
Yeah, imagine that, but develop for the whole body.
Well, you probably make your house out of Faraday.
Yeah.
You got to make a house out of it.
Yeah.
God, but you'll just be living like that off the grid. It's just like, who wants to live like that?
Yeah, but that is the only way if you want to stay with your mind clear.
Yeah.
And not be hacked, because you are a hackable animal, like Harari said.
Yeah.
And what are you going to, you want to be hacked?
No.
I mean, they have just confirmed that DARPA and the rest of their infamous posse using Meta and Facebook made experiments on the minds of billions of people on this planet.
Yeah.
And it's like, that is just a little step. But I mean,
well, I think the whole system is learning us. Social media, Alexa. Every time I turn on Alexa, hey, Alexa, play this song. It's learning everything. It's learning all of society, like a web, and connecting everything, and learning. And it's just, it's not good.
You see it also from those big centers where the AI is actually developed and is kept with these huge cooling systems. And it's like monstrosity. And of course, now to get to the next level, they will have to implement a fusion, nuclear fusion, or they will have to reopen nuclear plants all over the place, because the energy that they're sucking, those things are incredible.
Leo, I can talk with you for hours, man. I'm not gonna lie. I can talk to you. You're such an amazing individual, man. Highly intellectual, fascinating human being. Folks, get his book.
It's always a pleasure. It's always
but you'll be the general in the general's tent, June 26th. I forgot what day that is. People need June 26th. I'm a one-man show right now, Leo. I'm working.
No worries. We will bring this one-man show to the people, and I think that as a patriot, you have also showed to be very open-minded with everything, because in the end, we need to be open-minded. And in the future, though, it's not about Anino's corner, it's about the corner of humankind.
100%.
It's because we are facing extinction level.
No doubt.
With the AI, we are facing extinction level. The robots that are already dancing around, they're also the ones that are going to kick your ass. Now, you are a big guy. I know that you are what, 6'5"?
Yep.
Okay, yes, I'm 6'1". But if you have if you have a robot in front of you, it's going to kick your ass.
100%. Yeah, no. I don't doubt that.
So it's going to change even tack.
But remember, it's not the size of the dog; it's the size of the fight.
No, they're gonna knock at your.
They're
gonna knock at your door. You're gonna find yourself in front of a Robocop, basically, and he's gonna say, "You have to be microchipped."
Jeez.
I mean, it could become that kind of situation where we are the actual dogs that are microchipped.
We're the prey.
We are the
aliens ultimately used.
The dogs that are microchipped, kept at leash. Robots,
That's a scary future, man.
But because things are developing so fast, And because there is a sleepy attitude from the United States on this thing, Trump is trying to change and develop fast and wanting to bring everything back to the United States because it becomes a security issue aside from an economical issue. We know that China wants by 2030 every single family to have a robot. At that point, those robots could become an army. And man, it's just.
Leo, thank you. I appreciate you so much coming on my podcast. I'm going to get this up tomorrow.
We should always give, like the hope element.
Yeah.
It's not the Obama hope. It is a real hope. And the real hope is that we are facing not an extinction, but we are facing a transformation that ultimately the Christians know as the end times. And in the end, we only need Elon Musk to say, I am Christian.
Yes, I agree with you, but I don't think that's going to happen.
And it has to happen. I think that Elon Musk...
I don't see Elon Musk will ever do that. He was wearing a Baphomet costume with an upside-down cross for Halloween.
Yes. I mean...
I'm not saying Jesus can't change his heart.
I'm saying that if we want to have a chance against this evil reality, a guy like him, if converted, could really make the difference. And I think that if he had actually converted before he started his work with Doge, and he conducted himself with Doge as a Christian rather than just a loose cannon in the White House, he could have had a different modality and much more appreciation.
Fair enough. Leo, where do people get your book?
They get my books at leozagami.com, which is my website, together with all my latest articles. And of course, for the subject of today, I would particularly advise to purchase volume 9, as well as volume 7. And of course, my latest book, which is volume 12. And then in regards to the subject which we discussed of evoking the entities.
Hey, I know where you got the inspiration for the cover of that book.
This one?
No, the other one. Hold up the other one.
This one?
National Geographic.
Which one? This one?
Yes. The girl on National Geographic. The one with the blue eye. Have you ever seen that? Are you kidding me?
Well, actually, this is an eye of Lucifer, the fallen angel. You have to really go close to see him because this one.
Oh, okay. I didn't see that. I just saw that.
It might have been similar. I don't know because
Okay,
I
I don't
actually devised this with my graphic designer who is an expert in symbolism. So we kind of go through months of preparation.
Wow. That's a great cover, man.
See here.
Yeah.
Where you see this is a Masonic apron, the M here.
Yes. Oh,
And-
yeah.
And that is the symbol of the Jesuits. So it's all very detailed. Here you have, for example, this is actually a painting that is in the Mother Church of the Jesuits, and then you have the symbol of the communists. Then here, this actually is the face here is actually the face of Karl Marx. And that is Ignacio Loyola, and that is Jesus with the red flag, which is a real painting that is in the Mother Church of the Jesuits that brings them to the communist ideology. Thank you.
So June 26th, you'll answer the questions. Everyone's going to want to ask you questions. Believe me. June 26th, folks, 5 p.m.
Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure.
Thank you so much. LeoZagami.com. LeoZagami.com. I'll put the link down there below, folks. Hit it. Order his books. I mean, look at this. Unbelievable conversation. Thank you so much for joining me, Leo.
And we are only scratching the surface because once you go in the books, you will really go deep and deep. And, it will take hours to just go through.
It's just insane. It's like I'm going down the rabbit hole with you. And I'm just like, I'm going to leave my room here mumbling to myself.
Absolutely. Take the red pill with Leo Zagami.
Yeah, man. No, it's a black pill. I don't want to take the black pill.
Not black pill.
Thank you, Leo.
All the best, Nino. Ciao.
Black pill, red pill. Everyone's taking some pills. Hope everyone's sleeping well. No. The pill's supposed to wake you up. Wait, wrong kind of pill. Well, I could use some sleep at this point. So I think we're about to wrap up, guys. I hope you enjoyed that. I wanted everyone to kind of get a look of who Leo Zagami was You can find him on Rumble. I don't know if he's on YouTube yet, but you can always check out Nino's channel and you might find him there. It's been a good show, guys. I wouldn't worry about any of this stuff happening. I think the Trump-Elon issue might just lead to the largest Twitter dump to ever happen, but we'll see. We will wait and we will see. Good things are coming, though. Time to pull the trigger. God bless you guys and much love. I'll be back on tomorrow night. Same time, like always. Let me know here in the comments what you thought of doing the whole intro thing different tonight and separating it so you can share the episodes without them going down and coming back up and going down. And it's just the intro, some of that stuff, music stuff mainly gets pulled occasionally. So anyway, it's been real, guys. Love hanging out with you guys, and I look forward to seeing you again tomorrow. The week is moving along fast, isn't it? It's Friday again, so take care, everyone, and stay out of trouble. Love you guys. God bless.